Hello, y'all. This is Kev on a Monday night. No, I'm creeping in here a little late, but hey, thanks for y'all being here. Uh, Shout out to people who are already in the chat. We got real talk, not cheating. I'm sure he sure. I'm sure he meant cheering, more like acknowledging. We got member Phil Brad in here. Said I'll be there in a few. Got Mr. Shug to you. What's going on? Cheering on something that never existed. Hmm. The answer is yes for this guy. Weather. I can always rely on weather. And he goes on to say, but I don't know what the uniqueness of black love is. What make it different from white people who love each other? Man, because it's melanin. It's melanin involved, man. I'm just shoot. I see we're gonna have a lot of contextual issues with this tonight. And that includes myself. Tell Toya, something that is a dynamic nonetheless because you have some that believe that it doesn't exist versus the ones who do. So, but is it something that we all really want? People put impossible odds just to get someone a piece of someone. So, especially in 2023. But how much accountability do we have? We got Lewis Conyer in the building. We got Nub Glory, Black American men. Vote Trump and deal with white women, especially the ones from Northern Europe, Scandinavia. Damn, that was very specific. Scandinavia? Yeah. All right. We're gonna take a dive into that too. But welcome to the conversation. Let's see. Vote Trump. Are you a woman? Okay. Um, F Holiday. What's going on? We got Nub Glory coming back saying white women are more suitable for competent black American men. Why do you believe that? I mean, she said, was it ever love? All right. Here we go again. Most black American women were never for black American men. They only dealt with black American men because white men didn't want them. Ooh, wow. We got Trayvon Jones. Black men want to be married, but and that's a black man saying it. I don't know if Nub Glory is a black man, but everyone is entitled to their opinions. And we got Indigo Flow in the building. All right. Also, for $2.99 a month, you can become a member. So let me get to that screen right there where I can call out my members. Give you another thank you as I will each show. We got D. Scott, we got Greg, we got Aaron Peters, Phil Brad, the Scarlet Spider, Dez, Black Light Revelations 2, Zentober, D Rock Den, Topaz presents a Neo Nubian's Nuances, Pulsar Echo, She-Terra, and last but definitely not least, Tell Toya. Thank you all. Now, let's get on with this Black Love conversation because, I don't discuss it too much because I'm pretty much, I would say, out of this game. But, you know, when you um, when you have a audience of listeners, there are some of you that are still in the game. So my advice through any of that is just to go out here, be careful, and don't don't get screwed over. I mean, you take your chances with people on stuff like that. I mean, imagine having to trust a person that you don't know, and then they screw you over. It's not a very good feeling. So people always try to play into what's more cautious. That's just me. I could be wrong. And what's more cautious is not putting a very important part of yourself on the line like that in that context of black love. But for this broadcast, black love could mean something else. Now we're gonna cover that part. The part about, making a connection with someone who is indeed special, which I have to say, a lot of people, the grim reality is you probably won't ever meet that person, because that person could be on the other side of the world. That person could be next door, already married with kids. This is the cruelest of realities, and it's not a comfortable thing for many of us to think about. You know, never, because this whole one thing, this the one, oh, that for many women it's like, oh, the perfect guy, or for many men like the perfect woman. We in 2023 have accepted that person may not exist. But I mean, I wouldn't suggest ruining it for anyone else. But let me try to type something out so we'll have a visual. Um, I'll say black love is either of it, uh, suitable. I don't know how to put this, but either love of physical love, because that's what it is. When you love somebody like that, it's definitely physical. Love of physical love and feeling towards someone. I'm just thinking about this on the fly. Hopefully, I can put it in a context for you guys that could work. Or blackness. Blackness is I'm gonna define blackness as love of promotion of things for your skin color, that eighth of an inch deep of skin. We could do it like that. I know I could word this better if I'd have thought about it. Indigo Flow is a new member. Thank you for your support. Uh, mm, is really appreciated. You are now a part of Real by Association. We got coffee in the building. Glory. I am a black American man and a competent one at that. All righty. So yeah, Trayvon Jones. Thanks for clarifying, by the way. And Weather said it. Trayvon Jones. Black men don't want to be married. Mm, we'll say irony on that one. Um, Nightish, what's going on? Zentober is in the building. Bill Brad says love is true understanding. I agree with that. So many facets to it because, like I said, we give love this idea like it's this superior thing to have going because mm, because it could bring you children, it could bring you marriage, also a love of self because of, and this might be a bit much to ask in 2023 based on the feedback that I get every time I bring it up. Love of your own race and the promotion of your own race. Um, uh, how much you frequent a black business just because it's a black business, or you see a black entrepreneur out there trying to get things started, and how much support you're willing to lend to it, or doing everything you can to keep yourself natural and healthy. Things like that, however you want to perceive societal blackness. um from the way things look in 2023, it seems as if both are dying or already dead. Some of you even would believe that it never existed. Some of you wouldn't. Let's face it. some of you wouldn't be here if it wasn't for interracial encounters. I'll say that. And, I really don't care because it's never the child's fault that the child was brought into the world. It's never the child's fault. So, but are we doing quite a bit to cheer on this supposed demise, due to certain factors and nuances? Are we? Because I can tell you, as a man on the outside looking in, of course, it seems pretty bad for other men, especially black men these days. It would be no reason for a black man to not pursue his dreams and desires through hard work and dedication. Just, I mean, I don't see this. You know, I don't see this thing that is called love that you have to deal with in 2023 as a way for you to stop everything you got going in your life and just love and fall in love and protect and all these maybe the next generation, who knows, maybe the next generation, maybe Gen Alpha will get it right, maybe the generation after them. But well, for what we're dealing with in 2023, it just seems like this idea of black love, and I'm not saying that to say go get interracial, because I know how the things like this can be taken. I don't support, but I don't care about what people do interracially. But I know that quite a few people that listen to these broadcasts are the product of an interracial encounter. Whether the dad's white, the dad's Filipino, mixed, whatever. You know, you should never ever blame the person for existing. Some dumb motherfucker just might do that, saying stuff like, well, they're confused. They don't know. They want to be black. They want to be white. That's ignorant shit right there. The truth is they can choose either side they want, or they can just be themselves. Well, at least I think that way. So I would never dismiss a person for having a white parent or a Hispanic parent or black, just implied mixed with black or anyone else for that matter. I just care about the kind of person you are. But when we're on that race shit, and I'm gonna try to have another broadcast this week. I was gonna do a racism one tonight, but I didn't feel prepared enough, and that's something I don't want to go into without much direction or just with the whole emotional pontification that usually comes with these broadcasts. Uh, um, I just speak off the cuff for a lot of it. I don't want y'all to believe that this is from actual life experience. I mean, it is, but yeah, let me cut it the fuck out and continue with this spiel I have on what you know what I could have been dealing with had I been single in 2023. It's a mess out here. It's a mess, and the most damaging part about it is we're buying into that it's a mess, so it's already a mess anyway. It's, I mean, if you're a single man, if you're a single black man, what do you believe you would look like if you went out there and did like New Edition, in that "Cool It Now" video, just step into a woman like this, "Hey girl, cool it now," or not in that way. That's a joke, mm, not a very good one. But I mean, what do you believe? What would you say? What would you say to, potentially court someone? I did last night encourage the 10-minute conversation. Just have a 10-minute conversation. If you got that gut feeling, just do what you need to do from there. But the way men, I would say, men my age group, men talking, sometimes it's like we put all these barriers up just to not be in a situation that you saw when you were looking at the TV when you were 12 years old. to people walking through the fields and looking in each other's eyes and saying, "I love you. I love you too." Uh, I just when you look at reality and you observe the mentalities and current present day, I mean, it's a few people that decide to say, "Hey, fuck all that shit. We gonna get to know each other." But a lot of you motherfuckers out here is miserable. I mean, it's not to directly insult you, but from some of the convo, is just like, damn. It is one would look at this like and would say, yeah, black love is just completely dead. It's the Walking Dead. It's like if you run into Mr. or Mrs. Right, you're gonna look at that motherfucker like he's a zombie. You're gonna get away as far as possible. You, but of course, some of us are smarter than that. So I give people that credit, and smarter could mean anything. Smarter could mean that you just working on yourself and just getting as much as you can before something like that sneaks up on you. Because the one thing that we used to say back in the day is it's something that you could not control. It's something that, you just run into that person and all of a sudden it's over with from there. Oh man, she dropped her book on the ground. That's it. And I picked it up. Like it's as simple as that. It can strike like that. Not saying that that's always the case, but hey, so in order for this black love thing to be really dead as a concept, then motherfuckers have to really be trying not to hook up with each other. And I'm not blaming anyone. You can do what you want to with your life. I'm just saying that some of y'all are trying. I mean, based on past experiences for many of you. Mm. But did you self-reflect when it happened? Did you self-examine? Did you say, "Hey, it was me. I did this, this, and this," or are you just saying, "Fuck that nigga, fuck that bitch"? So let's look at some examples of why I believe this is being cheered on. All right. So yeah. I just wanted to put Nick Ashford and Valerie Simpson there. Anybody that knows anything about Ashford and Simpson is they were the quintessential example through music and song of black love. I haven't seen anyone. I mean, you see celebrities and shit, like you see Jay Z and Beyonce. I mean, they've done songs together, but it's not like a Ashford and Simpson situation. I don't know if things will ever get back to this point with black couples. I think a lot of it has to do with putting people under, being able to have the ability to keep people under your boot. Not that could be both for male and female because a lot of you niggas out here is scared of females. A lot of you. So in being terrified of females, you're either willing to submit or you would say, "Hell no. I am not getting involved with these bitches the way the laws are." Is it just the laws though? That's all I'm saying. Just think about it. You don't have to answer that. Is it just the laws? Solid. Solid as a rock. Like shit. That's what the idea was, I would say 30 years ago. The idea is you find someone, hold their hand and look at each other's eyes and just let the songs flow. Just let the fucking song let it all hang out. So we're talking about ideas. Yeah, yeah. So I was just doing that for context. It wasn't a very good context, but hey. So let's get some examples. Okay, yeah, I just So I hate relationships and I can't find black love. Niggas. Niggas want to be the king of their own fucking castle. I was like, that's great. That's great. But don't be like the goddamn Golden Girls or whatever clique of bitches out there and want each other to be as miserable as the other one. We're men supposedly. Yeah. So Steve Harvey has supposedly done a couple of interviews deconfirming that this actually happened. Now we had Rogish the Bill Monger. Let me check. If, hopefully he's somewhere listening. He'll be by later or whatever. Well, I see you, American Negro, Cortez Smith. Yeah, Steve and Marjorie Harvey. They say they're doing just fine. Steve was like, I wish I could cuss because supposedly some dude named Big Boom porked his wife, which, by Hollywood's weirdo standards is still very possible. But as far as what up, season life, as far as Steve and Marjorie Harvey, they're supposedly okay for now. Now, if if it's a couple, 2, 3, 4 months down the road, and they actually get a divorce, and she's actually suing him for $200 million, then you can come back to me and say, "Hey, Kev, remember that time you said that this story is not confirmed?" Yeah, man. Look at you now. They are divorced. And I mean, like, really, what was our initial reaction when we thought all of this was going on? Because there was plenty of posts on Facebook. There were videos made by, who Dr. Umar refers to as YouTubians, that Steve and Marjorie Harvey is broke up. It is seemingly not the case. I would say 95 more percent not the case than it is the case. But hey, if they are getting a divorce, Kev would say, "Hey, uh, now we're confirming it." But it is unconfirmed as far as this channel goes. Blacks are so jacked up, they think they're the only ones with internal issues. Blacks should, okay, let me answer that. Blacks should only care, well, blacks should only care about black issues. Blacks should care about black issues. What the fuck we need anybody else to care for? Well, that's me personally. Other people, I know within our race are like, oh man, I wish they could understand and see it. I wish they could see it. I don't even wish they could see it. Just leave me the fuck alone and let me live in my existence without your interference based on the fact that I'm black. Just but it's black stereotypes everywhere. It's negative stereotypes everywhere. So the view is there. It's just up to us as a group of people to deal with that shit. Like deal with it, solve the problem, get rid of it, move forward. I could give a fuck if they care. What up, Zentober? They say Asian women, white women, and black women are the only women at war with their men. There's three groups. I mean, and that is true. I mean, it's yeah. I don't know so much about the Asian side, but I know that if there's a need for Karen cut Euro feminist in the white people's area, then there's definitely a problem with the women and the men. And we got a bunch of black folks that act like that, it's perfect over there. I kind of explained that last night. This on the Black Manosphere Show of the Week, that we have this view of whiteness that is so superior and so spanking shiny that that we ourselves cannot obtain our own version of it for ourselves. Just it being proud of blackness usually means that we're sticking fist up in the air. We're all growing afros. Uh, we 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 looking at each other say black power. Stuff like that. Now, if you don't want to go that far, the least you can goddamn do is not ruin it for other folks, unless of course, they say something stupid around you, and it's up for discussion. That's what I would say. Modernize always means bad for men. So men need to need men need to use their power to shape it and adapt it to where we need this to be. And the one thing that we need to accept is women love themselves these days. Shit. If it's a black woman, it can be seen as black love. I mean, and Tover says black men got it bad, but not to the level of Asian men. Their women don't want to date them at all, let alone have sex. Oh man. Oh yeah, yeah. I've been hearing that. I've been hearing that. At the bottom of the dating chain is, and people don't want to hear this, but Asian men and as far as the group of women go, I'll let the chat handle that. Why you not like boy, very masculine and he lead? Lead, where y'all get this? I mean, where y'all get this ideal of white leadership from? I mean, shit. I mean, yeah, they got the country, but they conquered this land. You know how white people got shit started in this country, and look, this is for edutainment purposes, and whether it's offensive or not, they didn't come in and kill all the Indians. I mean, not physically at least. They were diseased. They were diseased. They brought some new shit over here and it wiped out most of them. That's why they call it God's country. It wasn't a conquering thing. It was like they brought their own little version of the zombie virus, and Indians weren't prepared for it. Well, Native Americans. I'm sorry. So think about that. We have adapted, inoculated, survived all that shit. There are black people in place that they don't necessarily share your views, but they're black nonetheless. So hey, they're still in those positions. Everybody always associates the power with the whiteness part because you don't think very much of your blackness. White praise. Man, let me tell you something. Look, I always say two white boys in a room with 10 blacks. The black people might accept them, but those two whites will always be uncomfortable. They will. It is not this fear thing. It may be fear with the more hood guys. Sorry to say that. I've seen it too many times and I confirm this. Hood guys get very routed around white dudes. In reality, they take all their braveness to the guy they think is weak and frail, the video gamer that knows a couple of martial arts moves, like a punch to the nuts will solve anything. But you got to get away from those places real quick because niggas love to call themselves crip walking and doing gun shit. Asian women in the same study polled the most favorably among all races of men polled. Wow. Cortez Smith. Kev noticed we never heard Native American women bash their men by saying they can't lead protect. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, they lost the country. They lost the whole country. They still trying with Africa, but like, yeah, they lost this motherfucker according to the narrative. According to the narrative. they lost the country. And no, you don't hear it. Sorry, sorry. You don't hear that they conquered those Native American talking about some talking about like Lightfoot over here is conquered. Like, no. So that's true, Cortez Smith. Yeah. But suppose supposedly Big Boom conquered Marjorie Harvey and we cheered that shit on. Man, that's because there's only five. Okay. Whether it's just emphasizing it, how easy the argument is to make. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, hey, but challenge it. That's the best you got. Oh God. He said it's because they still see themselves as part of the community. Okay. Yeah, but Steve Harvey, Marjorie Harvey, I mean, she might as well. That's what I say. Oh yeah, remember when this happened? Remember when this one happened? Speak. Let's stay on the Harveys for a second. Remember how people celebrated when they broke up? How people were complaining when they were together? Michael B. Jordan like the white girl. Yeah, he got with Lori Harvey because he wanted his black sisters back. Man, stop having such an inflated ego about certain things. We should stop this. When they broke up, people celebrating. Man, Michael B. Jordan, he whack as fuck. He's lame. Then you had niggas talking about some money can't unlame a lame. It's like what the fuck. Compare what he does to what you do and call him lame again. People push back anyway because we got the Infinity Gauntlet with the Reality Stone, and we constantly trying to make it our way. But is shit when they broke up. Yeah, there were people on that people on that celebration train. That was black love. Maybe not a very good example of it, but now I know what somebody's gonna say. Lori Harvey's dating history. I mean, shit. Like the playerist of players. How many women do you think he dates in a 6 month period or a year period? Do you believe that people will look at that guy? And I know men and women aren't the same. And look at his character and be like, man, look how many you've dated. The fuck. So yeah, Michael B. Jordan had been all kinds of things. And then when they were around here as a couple, people wanted it to fail and it failed. The truth is, some of these black love relationships just fail. Uh-huh. See, people trying to put a time clock on this one within our community, within our circles. Because once again, it's Lori Harvey and Damon Idris. Everybody like, man, Damon Idris better watch out. Oh man, Damon Idris is doing exactly what he's supposed to do right now. That man is supposed to soak in the fun at a young age, travel around the world and be with exotic women. Like everybody like this man right here, she gonna get him. She gonna get him. I don't hear this. Oh man, for most people, I don't hear this. Oh man, leave them alone, man. They love each other. Uh, whether it was like Michael B. Jordan and Jonathan Majors will resurrect black love. Oh man, you spoke of Jonathan Majors. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. By the way, these two are still together. These two are still together. There's this whole story about how Kiki went back to her baby daddy after she did the Usher video. Doesn't I mean nothing surprises me. I wasn't like, oh man, he should have packed up himself and his self respect and got away from that situation. Or crazy thing might be that maybe the two just want their child in a balanced home with both parents. From the Norm 18 said those two are not black love. Said we 3/4 of the way there. Season like said Kiki and Darius did a live together. Yeah, she do lives where she be acting crazy too. And he be sitting right there with his damn mouth shut. Yeah. But Weather, you might just be correct, man. Because Jonathan Majors and Megan Good, they had a red lobster date. Red lobster. This is the picture of them two coming out of there. Not necessarily holding hands or anything, but I mean, hey, it's some working out there. This is another one that people kind of like hate on. Like, Weather remembers the Megan Good post I made on a community tab. I'm sure he'll be more than willing to repeat those sentiments. Because I said in the post, Jonathan Major sure is lucky. Boy. And and the thing was I did expect comments like that. So what does that say? I did expect comments like kind of trying to, berate Megan Good for being in a marriage for a few years without giving a child to the old crybaby ass nigga. Fuck out of here with that. I mean, you really think? I mean, we say we supposed to be like championing black men and everything, but we got to call out the bullshit too, man. The nigga crying his eyes out. The man said, Jonathan Majors. I know what you're talking about too, man. I know what you're talking about. So yeah, yeah. You just typed it out. I mean, he always doing the duck lips in these pictures. I mean, it's I don't know. I wouldn't do duck lips in pictures. Nah, that doesn't seem a great idea for a black man anyway. Let's go back a little bit. Kev, each group of male and female were polled by various dating sites. Black women overwhelmingly responded positively to black men. Black men responded at a lower rate to black women. That's because of the failure to acknowledge the sisterhood's dubious ways. I mean, I could word that a little bit better, but it is what it is. Like, you have sisters championing the demise of black men. In every way, we're weaker than other groups of men, which isn't true. And we got dudes out here who accept that nonsense. So, by seeing sisters in constant droves saying it, which really social media had a lot to do with that. It really did. It had a lot. It blew the lid off of things. I mean, you already had but I'll say a lot of these arguments are decades old too. You already had the argument about the gold digger. You already had the argument about the sister with the bad attitude. We used to do. They used to really like sisters. Like when they showed men that they didn't play that shit, they would snap their fingers and roll their necks. And then it got so much done. It got done so much to the point where brothers be like, "Yeah, here we go with this shit. She got to snap her fingers and roll her neck." I was like, "Okay." Usually people would perceive it as they ain't taking no mess, but Like shit get old after a while. I mean, shit. If some women know how to do it cute, they can pull it off in a cute way. But like some just like be some precious looking bitches. Okay. All right. Man, say if I pick from a black couple in the industry who I love and respect, it would be Ozzy Davis and Ruby D. They stayed together till death. Facts. What about Denzel Washington and Pauletta? It's like, that's and then let me just go ahead and put the cat out the bag before anybody comments. Yeah, Denzel has said that, he listened to his wife, he shut up and he does what he's told. That was a secret to his success. And, even with his son was like, doing an interview with he was doing an interview and the interviewer mentioned, his dad Denzel, paving the way, and then John David was like, "No, stop, stop, stop. You're forgetting my mother. My mother did this and that too. So, you're gonna mention my mother too." So a lot of black men don't see it as a good idea exactly signing up for that. But if you end up in Denzel's place, uh, then is it that bad an idea? You got a woman got a successful husband and a successful son. So I know I brought the Denzel thing up, but I'm from the norm. 18 say I respect Denzel, but I'm talking about the two people working in the industry and still staying together. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, Ruby Dee and Ozzy Davis. Yeah, they followed each other around from role to role. I would say, they were like an Ashford and Simpson of acting, but they did it old school. Gentleman Rated, Aunt Phil and Uncle Vic. Man, that was a fictional couple, man. I mean, yeah, he had two. What the love was so strong, he had two Aunt Vivs. Don't kill her off. Just give me a light skin. Oh, whoops. Oh man, she looked like Lisa Bonet with a peach wipe her up. All right. RPM bruh at 41. If a chip snaps her fingers at me and rolls her neck, won't be around to see her finish that routine. Said he won't even stick around for the first revolution, the first rotation, guy. He said, I'm gone. I'm out. Doesn't matter if they respond favorably to black men on those sites or not. All races of women, that doesn't make me or break me. It's just pussy at the end of the day. That's why I be telling brothers, man, why they be dick policing dudes that, get these white chicks. I'm saying cause pussy. It's because pussy. It's not because brothers on the internet, some whack no neck nigga would probably say something like, "Oh man, get you a white girl. White woman is God." Blah blah blah. And don't have like ain't been near pussy. I get those guys. Yeah, but I keep telling man, it's because pussy, man. It ain't because the dude just don't like sisters. It's because pussy. Was Ruby D and Bubba Hotep? Uh, hmm, Bubba Hotep. Yeah, so most of y'all got the idea about this black love thing, and I'm sure people want me to talk about the other aspect. Ozzy Davis was Ruby D and Bubba Hotep. Uh, let me see. When did Ruby D pass? Both of them gone. Ruby D, 2014. But no, I don't see her as being in Bubba Hotep. I guess they weren't in every movie together. So, but they was in a lot of stuff together though. I remember this old. I remember I was in like sixth grade and we had a Ruby D uh, book of poems in our library, and the poems contain some cuss words. But when I looked at Ruby D's picture, it was a younger picture of her. I was like, man, this woman is beautiful. Wow. I was smitten by Ruby D. And then she had a raunchy poetry style. She wasn't afraid to use cuss words. All right, we got a hot sauce in the building. Megan Good is gonna give him an STD. Mm, Hollywood. That's all I'm gonna say. Hollywood. Oh, look at this. That's Tay Diggs and April Jones. What y'all think about that one? Umar, the biggest dick police officer. Pause. He say he goes after the big ones, the big cases. Pause. And yeah, he already called that one dude a beautiful black sister in front of everybody. I mean, he clarified it to be fair, but still, the shit was funny. That man said black love is gone. DOA. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it did say Ozzy Davis. Yeah. Dick Gregory said it best that ass got shit coming out of it. Stop lusting over BB. What? I mean, Dick Gregory was gone before BBLs, but I see where you were going with that one. Yeah, I think that was his last. Said, "Oh, this is the most unlikely couple of 2023." Why? Because we have this concept of once these dudes start dating white girls, that's all they gonna stay with. I mean, uh, I mean, I would say a lot of athletes, yeah, they married to white women. I mean, Frank Thomas, uh, guy that used to call himself Big Hurt. He was a professional baseball player. Yeah, he married a white woman. But it's dudes that they white women, and then you'll see it with a black woman. You know, which gives them the option to go back to white women if they don't get married. But I mean, another example will, he did it once you go black, you never go back. Or I returned, like I'll show you in a minute. But yeah, Tay Diggs and April Jones. Something happened with her son on I don't know whether it was Instagram or TikTok or whatever. I mean, I'm not in the know too much. I mean, I know they're together, and I know Tay Diggs used to be married to a white woman. All the females were let down because he helped Stella get her groove back. But yeah, man said no one saw Tay Diggs coming back home. Home, what? Black folks? I wonder what sucker gonna end up with Lori Harvey Deck. See, people, people like in circles placing bets on when that relationship's gonna end. Like just like the Price is Right. How many months? How many weeks? Tay Diggs got sugar in his tank. Now Tay Diggs found real black love. He has a real queen. And they can put on a whole show and drag. Oh well, we got to say that about Wesley Snipes and Ving Rhames too. They did, and Martin Lawrence, and because think about that, him dressing up as Big Mama still drag. to go flow. Frank Thomas seemed like the type of cat that would have married a white woman. Ain't mad at him though. I'm never mad at these guys. I'm never. I'm never mad at these guys. Once you go white, you see the light. I can't respect any man that does drag show or consider them a real man. You know who? You know who did that kind of stuff? Uh, the guy that played Akeem's American Son in Coming to America. That wasn't a film I was real particular about because the first film was done like an R-rated film. The second film was done like a Judd Apatow comedy. That's just my opinion. You know, some of y'all gonna be out there like, I love Coming to America. The movie became apologetic about the Arsenio Hall preacher. I didn't appreciate that. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Hey, like it was an R-rated film. That's what we did back in the '80s. You making a film apologize for a role. Why he's a sexist preacher. Okay, yeah. Some Karen cut white woman wrote that element into because you always got these execs that's got all these opinions, but man said, nah, just kidding. For clarity on that, once you go white, you see the light. He says, just kidding. So everybody who hard skipped the beat when you saw that. Do you think it's possible to marry a white woman then marry black afterwards? Yeah, it's happened. I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure there's some examples out there. But whether now, if I get Keisha, I really need therapy. Halle Berry came home too. She paying that child support. Shoot. Whether I actually got a Central American chick, I'm cool. All right. Good luck to you. Cortez Smith, bro, what's that supposed to mean? That's supposed to mean he got a Central American chick. That's what black women or white women don't matter. They all gonna take half at the end. Unless you can somehow convince him to sign a prenup. Only black people brag about dating non-black people. Our people are lost. I mean, I think he did. I think they say it for clarity purposes because we were talking about black love here. Let's start giving folks the benefit of a doubt. That's why coming to America too was trash. Too much political BS. Yeah, how you gonna lock the king out of the throne room? You gonna get mad and lock the king out of the throne room? Nigga, I mean the royal bedroom. Like, get the fuck out of here. This is my kingdom. Shoot. They need to learn how to and I mean African kingdoms anyway. They need to write kingdoms like they wrote that kingdom in Curse of the Golden Flower. I don't know if anybody knows about that. There's a movie with Chow Yun Fat. He played a king. He did not play that shit at all. Like throughout the entire film. Nope. They gotta portray us in a weak and apologetic way. And y'all know what I'm talking about. Black men. Motherfuckers don't want to do nothing about it though. They made a girl a king. Get the fuck out. Yeah, that was whack. But it was cool for our king to be drugged and violated though. Yeah, yeah, they could have did that another way. But they wanted to be all I guess, make like I said, like a Judd Apatow comedy. Because how else was he gonna be attracted to Leslie Jones? Even if being drunk. I mean, hey, there might be some people that think Leslie Jones is a knockout or beautiful. Okay, if somebody doesn't know who Leslie Jones is, I can show a picture. It took Tay being accused of abuse to make him come home. Oh yeah, he did that little article talking about he was crying, talking about I'll never date white women again. And then a lot of sisters in the comments, so nigga. I say y'all so mean. Mara Dominique. That's a pretty name. Not in the least creepiest way I can say it. In the least creepiest way. I don't know. Some of y'all would be saying we creepy when we say stuff is pretty, like names and shit. But yeah, you have a pretty name, Sammy Davis. What? Sammy Davis was married. Let me see. Sammy Davis Jr. wife. Oh, he was with a white woman. I mean, oh yeah, a white woman. But he was with a black woman at the end though. Okay, yeah. That was the example. Can a man marry white then marry black? Sammy Davis. Yeah. See what you're talking about. All right. Thanks for providing the example. Very smart person too. Uh let's see. Some people had heart palpitation reading that. You're talking about Cortez Smith. Diggs played an okay role in Equilibrium until his face got sliced in half. LOL. He also died in Way of the Gun by I think getting shot in the neck. Way of the Gun is one of like that's like a sleeper film, but it was one of my favorite films ever. Had Ryan Phillippe, Benicio del Toro, James Caan, the dude that played Herschel in The Walking Dead. Yeah, who else was in that film? It was that Juliette Lewis that was in that film. She was playing a pregnant woman, but I think it was Juliette Lewis. But Tay Diggs was playing one of the security team, and he was boning like the his boss's wife. They had no idea. He had no idea. White woman. Then he gets killed, and at the end of the movie, she says she pregnant. So he's gonna get a surprise. But that was in the movie. I came home after dating a white girl in high school. I've been home since age 17. She said, please. Okay. Nonsense type. Cool. Uh Cortez, brother, there's a room for you when you come home. We'll be season life. I'm with a Filipina. Yeah, I used to live down the street from a black Filipino family. The husband was black. He was in the military, and the wife was Filipina, and they had 4 kids. I think 5 actually, 4 boys and a girl. Yeah, they were pretty active. But yeah, they're real good family. I mean, beautiful family. They kids got married and had kids. So keep your trash can away. See, I know some men that happened to them. Yeah. So I would do LJ. Why not? Said, what is that supposed to mean? I remember No More White Women 2020 by Antonio Brown. Sammy was married to a white. Yep, where he lost his money. Yeah. Yeah, that had a tendency to happen quite a bit. Said Filipinos are overhyped. I prefer Vietnamese and OFC Japanese. Whether are you a lawyer? Do I look like a fucking lawyer? James Caan was great in that movie. Oh, you know what movie I'm talking about. Yeah, it was a lot of gun action and death in that film. It was a good film though. Like the first scene will probably have some of those people on edge. Oh my god, not the rainbow hate. It's not rainbow. Uh, okay, I guess I'll just go ahead and show y'all another example. I slapped somebody for my wife on national television on what's supposed to be the biggest night of my entertainment life and career. The biggest night was overshadowed because I slapped a black man on a national stage in front of everyone for black love. Lamar Dominique said, read Quincy Jones' book. Quincy stated civil rights was about freedom, liberation, and revolution. This was about access to white women. Wow. About civil rights was about access to white women. I don't know. That's a discussion. Yeah. I think civil rights at its basic was, people wanted to get stopped getting hit in the head randomly by white folks just for accidentally looking at them in public. Like, I think it was about more than that. We thought that it was black love until Jada couldn't keep her inner hoe in control. I mean, yeah, you ain't talking about August. Oh man, access to black consumer dollars. What? See, this is what this love of blackness. That was that love of blackness I was talking about right there. Civil rights was about white women. LMAO. Yep. Yep. Will and Jada. I don't know. I'll say the difference between men and women on this one. Women wanted to work because they want Jada to maintain control of Will. Will going out of his way to slap a black man in the face was some of the most impressive shit you can do for the modern black woman. Tiffany Haddish said that she got wet when Will did that shit. She was so happy that there were brothers out there that still existed that did that kind of thing for their woman. That was her idea of showing love. To attack another black man. It further reinforces this theory I have about, okay, they say black men is killing each other, and my comeback argument for that is always, well, who's raising these monsters to kill? Why do they have such little value in themselves and their people? Who's raising these guys? Hmm? You answer that for me. So every time a black man fights another black man, it gets some black panties wet. Shoot. And when Will was losing all that money and all those endorsements, and basically his career kind of came to a standstill, where were all those women then? Where was Tiffany Haddish? Crickets, crickets. But they're still together. That, Will seems to be a super patient guy. Segregation was the worst thing. I beg to differ. I beg to differ. Tiffany lost my respect long before that comment. Tiffany lost everybody respect when her and Aries Spears was in that video with that little boy, and they was on some pedo shit. Like, even if that was acting, why would you do some shit like that? Why? Oh, okay. Amar Dominic. I lived during segregation. Okay. Well, you know, you lived during segregation, and from that you gathered that civil rights was about black men access to white women. You lived during that time. What state were you in? Yeah, I'm from Montgomery, Alabama, the headquarters of the Confederacy and one of the epicenters of the civil rights movement. Um, yeah, so I'm uh the history is in my blood. So Ray Hummer. Tiffany looked like her box stink. Probably got the predator face. It's because it's because she it's because of her crass ideal of comedy. I would say. I would say and not and not being very funny at it. It's not a hatred of women that brings that along. Tiffany Haddish is not funny. I would rather watch Cheryl Underwood than Tiffany Haddish doing comedy. I literally grew up where you saw the black and white civil rights march. All right. Tiffany PH is definitely off. Yeah, well, oh boy. Here is an example of a black man being married to a white woman and marries a black woman afterward. Russell Wilson and Ciara. It is the most famous reason. You went to a segregated school, ooh, you up there then. If you're not 60, you knocking on it. Amar Dominique. She taller than him. She probably wearing heels. I mean, she's pregnant again, so they got another one on the way. So he pretty much beats Future out as far as like womb ownership. Who has been more dominant inside of Sierra, Russell Wilson or Future? I got enough to call her lineage. Like, yeah, she's pregnant. Jay Z and Beyonce 2.0. I don't know. You can't really say that because Sierra came into it a single mother. Now she's really not a single mother, which is why it was suspect and questionable when she released that song for all the single ladies that are independent and don't need no man. Yeah, we hopped on that one too. This is what I mean by cheering on the demise of black love. Man says she keep getting pregnant, so the divorce settlement is bigger. Russell ditched that pasty puppy and won a Super Bowl. Yeah, but yeah, Russell Wilson is dominant in that pussy. The only way that Future is coming up is because Future wants to come up whenever you talk about them, or it's some motherfucker that just won't let it go. You gotta have a black wife to win a Super Bowl. Patrick Mahone, Patrick Mahone is mixed. Cam Newton had a black fiance, I think, or a black girlfriend, but he's not a winner though. So what black quarterback with a black wife won a Super Bowl? Little trivia down there for you, weather. Yeah, but there are people that definitely cannot wait to see this one fail, and I don't want to see it fail. I'm like, now you got too many kids involved. I mean, much prosperity to these two. Seriously. A lot of people want Russell Wilson and Ciara to fail because they want to prove that Russell Wilson is some whack ass guy. Rodney Pete, married to Holly Robinson Pete. I ain't heard nothing about Holly Robinson though. Never. Ciara did to Russell what Christina Milian did to Nick Cannon in the movie Love Don't Cost a Thing. Shit. Like Nick Cannon. Okay, let's think about the real life aspect of that. Nick Cannon, 9 kids to Christina Milian's how many kids? Uh Christina Milian just hooked up with somebody. Why I know these things? Because I have a Facebook account where people bring up all kinds of shit on my page. But I think what for really fucked up Christina Milian career is that she was a discount Ashanti. She's dating some French singer in Pecora. So she's dating outside of her race. There are people. He said Rodney Pete, Tony Banks said why they want to see it fail. Yeah, there's people that are anticipating the eventual split between Russell Wilson and Ciara. And my whole thing is they have children. So why would you want to see that split? Why would you not? Why wouldn't you want to see that work out? Deshaun Watson. That man said Deshaun Watson. If you ever seen his girl, he messed that up for Becky and Maria. Christina no black. She's Cuban. LOL. Oh, okay. She one of them. She like a Zoe Saldana. Anybody look at Zoe Saldana be thinking black girl when they first see her, but she'll tell you she's Latina. Do we cheer this on? Would we cheer if Ciara and Russell Wilson ever broke up? Say they broke up 2 years down the road. Would look who would you think be the content creators that be the first one to hop on it? Let me let Weather answer that question. I mean, like I said, I don't want to see this split up. I don't care to see it split up. I actually feel somewhat like, damn, they broke up. Shit, it's fucked up. The children. What about the children? Man, most niggas be like, fuck them kids. What's the question? Shit, I forgot the damn. Oh, it when Russell Wilson and Ciara breaks up, who you believe would be the first content creator to report on it? In, in a in a jovial mood, I would say. Zoe loves Brad. Yeah, every role they put her in, she would have Brad. Yeah, she didn't want to be tight cast. I mean, I said probably synthetic G. Synthetic G. You think she'll be happy? She would probably be more so on Sierra being able to control a high value man. I don't know. I say SYSBM, take your pick. You trying to say Sperling? Told you niggas this would happen. Ugh. All right. Oh, well, here we go. Here's another one. Do you know Watson is the one who messed up? Supposedly he got a lot of happy endings, but that's just me speculating. Yes. Oh, so is that the look of a loving couple right there? All these couples. Come on, man. All these couples make you want to date. Man, it's unusual for me to have a hardcore rap image and smile. That man looks that man looks befuddled that he bagged the wrong sister. Maybe she do that little trick, the little trick with her mouth or whatever. I'm just saying, like, it's like that's a that's a hell of a trick. Oh yeah, when she said what was it like a Cortez Smith. I gotta say this, Angela Simmons did pedo stuff and wasn't called out. What she do? She said something about what she said about something about Jaden Smith when she would or some yeah, it was fucked up. It wasn't that. It wasn't Jaden Smith. It was some with her kid or something like that. Like I forgot, but I know exactly what you're talking about. I just don't remember exactly what it was. But yeah, it's hard to cancel a sister, man. It's hard. Tiffany Haddish got canceled because it just she wasn't no real good product anyway. Not like a Megan Thee Stallion. But let's see. Angela C. What is going on? Good to see you. What makes a man get with a woman that chooses him last? Yeah. mm, I can't say that doesn't happen. I mean, you got boys out here. You got boys. So you gotta ask boys. These are the creme de la creme of black couples. Let some tell it. I ain't even put up Jay Z and Beyonce. I would have did like I purposely put couples that people really just want to see fractured. Looks like a black man that's also a shark. Angela posted a pic of her son. Oh yeah, man! Look, there's this Facebook page where there Celebrity D got some of the photos in her community tab. So there's this Facebook follow page of this, I guess, this fashion model, and she keeps putting her daughter in all of her 4-year-old daughter in all these little adult outfits. I would say they're adult outfits, and putting fake hair in her head. I mean, it's yeah, it's wild, and it's just every time a dude said something about it, like, look, this is kind of this is a bit much, don't you think? Exploiting your kid like this, they'll start calling him an offender, an SA offender, a predator. Then if any woman came up there and said something about what she was doing, then they would say, "Well, she can do what she want with her daughter." You cannot do what you want to with your child. You cannot. Okay. I know I can't do what I want to do with my child. I love my child and protect her, but I can't just sit up here and and it also depends on want. So it's not an extreme level with me. I want to make sure she gets an education. I want to protect her and for her to be free of harm. I want her to be able to come to me and tell me when things happen with her. That kind of stuff. You can't just do what you say you want to do because that's some extreme shit with some people. So in theory, no, you can't. You can't. Yeah, when Ti did that whole thing with making sure his daughter's virginity was in place, shoot, people, B Dubs, simps, they went through the fucking roof. Angela posted, okay. Am I the only one that think Latinas are overrated? Possibly overrated, as in how everybody played up J Lo the way they did. I go ahead and make a confession. Like, I mean, I didn't think J Lo was all that compared to some of the other examples I had back in the day, like Lil Kim when she was actually still intact with her looks. I thought she would might have been slightly better than J Lo. Shoot, Kelly Rowland. But everybody's looking at J Lo booty and everything. I said that's some much bigger asses out there than J Lo. Then told her you ain't the only one, Cortez. What was scary? There were thousands of comments co-signing it. Yep. I don't celebrate the demise. I do enjoy. I told you, or I saw this coming. Yeah. When you're right, you're right, and most people, 100% of the time, love being right. Well, I'll say 99. There are some things that you're right about that you don't want to exist. Whether I'm talking about couples on the screen, he chased her while in her prime, and when she had no option, she went for him, and he accepted. Yeah, the Latinas are white women with tans. And saying, "Let's see, I choose you." Okay, well, I will stay out of the middle of that. J Lo basic. J Lo had a flat back. Latinas are great value black women. Kevin must have been drunk. Oh man. The most naturally beautiful Latina I ever seen is the woman who played Maria in the original West Side Story. Hey, 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 my wife is Latina. And yes, they are. Okay. Rita Moreno. I've always done pretty decent with Latinas. No shade here. Okay. Mm, all right. Yeah, we got men that, you know, contrary to popular belief, we do. I have men watching this channel who's had experience with women and a pretty good amount of experience too. So yeah, but this man looks. I mean, for real, he looks like he's a. It. What do y'all get from that look of Yo Gotti has on his face? Is it like I'm the luckiest man in the world look, or I still can't believe I have a look? What is it? Chaos Rain. What's going on? Dr. Nathan from Oz. J Lo booty is a myth. We heard about it but never saw it. Everybody like J Lo just like they act like J Lo's ass was just exploding out her pants, and it's just like you look for it and you look for it, and then you know Amara Dominique, Rita Moreno was not Maria in West Side Story. Natalie Wood was a white Russian that played a Puerto Rican. Latinas prefer white men. I will have to ask the Latina. All right, see if there's any more examples. Or no, I think that's it. Rosie Perez. Rosie I mean, I'm just gonna have to tell you guys. I didn't think Rosie Perez was all that. I mean, she was very, very spicy as far as her Latina-ness, but she could dance. She was a choreographer for the Fly Girls on In Living Color. She was also in Do the Right Thing, showing her boobies. She was Spike Lee's girlfriend in the movie. Uh, she also played in that horrible Birds of Prey film with Margot Robbie is Harley Quinn. There was literally a Latina said, "I only date white men." Oh, okay. She had on butt pads in the movie Selena. Most Tex-Mex women can't stand J Lo. Mm, Latinas prefer Latina. Stop trying to discourage us from Latinas, Weather. Oh shoot! All right. let me look at my let me look at my like ratio. Some people might actually not like what I've had to say about. Uh oh. Wait a minute. Yeah, 1 second, because it's happened.
Now I'm feeling objectified by your male gaze. Damn.
Uh, I got to dislike y'all. I am not perfect. Once again. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe they feel like I was making fun of Russell Wilson this year. I mean, they're just high level targets, I guess. Yeah. But yeah, I didn't look at the number of likes. Got 33 likes. So 35 watching. So uh come on, let's if you haven't pressed like, go ahead and press that like button. Do Afro Latinas prefer white men too? Shit. I mentioned Zoe Saldana. So shoot. I can feel the I can feel the spice in my blood. Richard Tacotin in her prime was pretty good looking Latina. Latina is not a race, it's an ethnicity. Yeah, whatever it is. We know when we see it. Like a dragon. Yakuza series generation official. What's going on? Pro Black Karen's Hotep is crazy, entitled, retarded. Southpaw 2K1 was good. Was good. Outside of America, melanated women seem to mostly prefer white skin. Shoot, I mean, outside of America, melanated. What you mean, like just black women that are from other countries, like Africa? Is that what is be? Is that what you are saying, Cortez Smith? Mm, yeah, what a conundrum. So, all right. So I gave you some examples. They weren't very good examples, but you know, I tried to stay within the race with most of them. Let's just do a little review. Africa and Brazil. Mm, ain't gonna lie. I saw one special with a white man going into a black tribe, and I'm talking about these are them tribes with a hut. They don't know what a city is. Said them women were the women were throwing themselves all on their bread. Whether Amara Negra was ruined by a Black American Pookie, then a Dominican Pookie. Oh man, why you say that? Whether because she wanted to cook and clean for her man. Brendale said, "I would say if that's the case, Black American men are the number two preferred after white men." Yeah, I think actually we're number two, and that's why there's a lot of gender tension online because, uh, and I know Black women don't like hearing this, but they're at the bottom of dating sites. Black men are number two supposedly. Now that could be not true. I haven't seen the latest reports. Most of black people can't find true love because they're walking red flags themselves and won't change it, so they keep getting the same results. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And notice the use of the word people. I'm not mad at being runner up in the Super Bowl. So what you're telling me, Cam Newton should have been mad that he lost that game that year? He was playing with the Carolina Panthers against Peyton Manning. I will always believe that game was rigged. That's just me. I don't care as long as I get mine. But black men are number two. Anyone who disagrees must be blind to reality. Brother said he's going to crunch those numbers. Just, just take a wife, pick one. They were trying to bless dude with that smoke field box. What up, Detroit 313? What's good? Frank Green said, hate to break it to you, but most women want green and could care less about the race of the man. Mm, I hear that a lot. It does seem very plausible. That's why black and white men can date all races and get fine women easier than all groups. Fact. I will say this about black men going to other places like these really religious dynasty type places like the Middle East, like Saudi Arabia. We probably wouldn't be able to go and like marry a Saudi Arabian woman in Saudi Arabia, if we're not staying at an embassy or something. You know, living amongst them is the interracial couple. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Yeah. Yeah, I have to put these issues on us versus just black women cause as men have to stand up for something cause this happy wife, happy life is not working. Our women don't want simps. The only way simps are wanted is to be a foil to the actual conversations that need to be had because like most of them don't like a mirror being put up as being the ones responsible and accountable for why things went wrong. So you got to get through that first. You got to get through that bullshit layer. Season Life said black men are viewed as dangerous. Dangerous is sexy to some women. So what's going on with some of the other brothers? So not so dangerous. Dangerous is sexy. But but you can also be direct. I can't tell you how many times for me being direct has worked. Being direct as fuck. Off from the norm 18. You're right. In those countries that men don't subscribe to the American way of life, will not allow black men to date or marry their women. Okay, marry or date their women. So, whether said that's cap, black men and black women are both rated lowest. white men rate so high they're number one and there is no number two. Oh, okay. So is that the case for white women, Latino women, Asian women, and black women? That white women are rated so high there is no number two? I mean, so basically, and also you're saying that black men are down there with Asian women. Not Asian women, Asian men, excuse me. It's no sweat off my back. It's just that, people just got to put up the right arguments. I would expect that anyway. It's pretty amazing feat that black men have been demonized through the movie industry, with the first feature length film, Birth of a Nation, followed by Cut of Purple, and can still pull other races, yeah, of women. Yeah, I agree with that. I've seen in my life. No guarantees. What's good? Black love is not restricted to the U.S. Hmm. Yeah, that's true. I mean, you got African love. You you got some European countries with black populations in them. They say Cortez, sorry, bro. I pulled the article. These are not really most black men who date out are not seen as dangerous but cool. That's a hope for what's going on. Love will get you through. It gets you or get you through or get you through. I think I understand that. Or through. Well, yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. Uh, the danger thing isn't a reason why non-black women choose black men. It's not like that. But you said it's because we're cool. I said they're allure breaking the law. Well, he did make the point that da- dangerous men are loved and beloved. So said all women except black women preferred white men. Kev. Uh, okay. So I mean, you said that white men were at the top and they're so overwhelmingly preferred that there is no number two. So put the link to the article in there so I can see it for myself. Black men date out more than any other race of men. That no, that's not true. That's not true. And and to say that we marry, we still even if that's true, what you're saying about marry less than any race of men is that we those of us are married. We are married more so than black women. So you're married less than us, but I mean, I'm married to a black woman. My best friend is married to a black woman. My dad married a black woman. Uh, the black men who are married on my wife's side of the family, they're married to a black woman. All the men in my family are married to black women. Um, it's very rare to see a black man white woman couple, but I do see those. They became more numerous as they got younger, but um, black men marry out more. What does that even mean? Date out. Yeah, I don't. I wouldn't say there's any other more than any other group of men. If whether it was what if what he's stating is the truth that white men are overwhelmingly preferred, then it's got to be white men. It's not black men. Black men rated highest in their preferences for black men. So what you're saying is black women want black men more than black men want black women. But who is that an indictment of? That's cap. There has to be a number two if numbers are involved. Cortez Smith said, "Whether sorry, brother, we're not in the same bucket with your queens. I know you want to link us to Keisha, but the world see us as better." Cortez Smith, they see you as the same. What's wrong with that? Interracial marriage divorce rates are highest also. Yeah, I would say that most of y'all want to push the narrative that the black man is ultimately isn't as desirable, but society gives black men hell for being married and dating white women. I would say that those couples are harassed a lot more than any other couple. And is like, but it's kind of a reverse thing with black women because you actually have black men who accept the white dude as one of their own. If he's fucking a black woman, it's like welcoming him to the club, and black women see that the same way too. So, uh, is they have to do they have to en- they have to endure the stress of harassment. I will say that. Are you married, Amar? Are you married? Do you have a husband? I mean, I have to ask that because it's like for you women to have husbands, you never have any public faith in black men. Never. I don't see it. And y'all be married to black men. You got a whole black man at the house that has worked his fingers to the bone to provide a home for you. And you still, when you get on these platforms like social media, you still act like it's all black men. Fault that, the world's miserable and everything has failed. But y'all be having whole husbands at the house. So could it be possibly like since we, let me stop. Whether it's wrong, black men are number two, next to white men in global dating. Black women and Asian men are at the bottom. Brother Cat, black women don't even respond to black men on the phone. Cortez shows a heck of a hill to die. You said there's no number two confident as hell. If you are with another culture of women, what would your what would you teach your children about your culture? If you were with another culture of women, what would you teach your children about your culture? Who teaches the culture, men or women? No guarantees. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. Salute brutally panel in chat. The last bit of hope for blacks in the U.S. was to outsource to other black populations. And Mara, you divestors can lie about divorce rates all you want. Reality says otherwise. White men date out more than any other race of men. Yeah, I keep saying that shit, man. And nobody cares. I guess because they're all dominant and they run society and shit. Like, eh. Keep telling yourself that one. Keep telling yourself. All of you male and female divestors are warped. Would you want to assimilate into your wife's culture? Hmm. Yeah, I can't answer that. Someone who's married to so for those of you who are married to a woman who is non-black, what culture has she gravitated to? Has she gravitated to your culture or have you gravitated to hers? That's false. White men date out more than anyone. They colonize the planet. Plus, star sponsored marriage has only been around since the 1920s. That's why SBM aren't like divestors. Most of us don't give one-off examples, though some fringe SYSBM sympathizers saying some off-the-wall shit. The Asian women are rated highest among women. White men are rated highest amongst men. Yeah, I mean, I laugh because it's like Asian women are rated the highest, but their men are rated the lowest. That's gotta suck. That's gotta suck. We gotta remember there's a world outside of the U.S. But once you realize that as a black man in 2023, they start calling you a passport bro. Dude, that is the truth. Our marriage rates have dropped tremendously. I'm not divested married to a black man. I told you. I told you. I keep telling you. I keep telling you with women like this. They have whole husbands, black husbands at home. Man, to worked his fucking ass off into a job he retires in. He makes sure his wife is set up for life. And then they come to these spaces like this. Like black men are just complete shit failures. Like, I mean, and I will always say stuff like, well, those are the sons y'all raise. You had a hand in that shit. I mean, they be having whole black husbands and stuff. What happened, Amar? That's what I want to know. What happened? Dude, like he's asking Cortez Smith, what happened to us? I'll say something about this statement, Cortez Smith. Say it is impossible for black men to rank the lowest. It's too common to see black men getting dimes of other races. You don't see that with anyone else. Um, I'll say that about this statement. As long as we don't feel like we are the bottom, we will never be the bottom. Dude, I don't feel bottom as a black man at all. In fact, I feel like we're the top. I just feel that way. Feel. No, you can't quantify feel. It's always the never married or I was engaged crowd. It's still men's fault somehow. Why does this trigger you guys so much? Yeah, because nothing's supposed to trigger us. Nothing. Some people are just really passionate about the topic. I wouldn't call it triggering. I mean, maybe you're talking about, I don't know. You teach them the truth. Detroit 313. Black men has married out more than 27% and increasingly as second desired than black women. Asian women and white men have the highest marriage rate and lower divorce rate. On the flip side, Asian men and white women. White men colonized the planet. I'm not sure we all agree on the truth, Frank. I don't care if a Latina somewhere wants a white dude. It's not stopping me from courting a woman I like. Yeah, that is the most important thing to remember at all of this, despite what some stat sheet says. If you want to, you court the woman you want to date, whatever her race is. Then told where black men are the most undesirable yet pull the baddest chicks on the planet. Okay, LOL. No one is going to be a dime all their life, especially if she's non-melanated. They age faster. Charm can be deceiving, and beauty fades away. Yeah, okay. Yeah, which is a true statement. Which is a true statement, but it's whatever on that too. There are some women that genetically age well, and you have a lot of melanated women now pushing this black don't crack. So you gonna have to you're gonna have an argument with them saying that. 'Cause even when it's one woman, You would have to gravitate to the culture that is most beneficial to the offspring. Yeah, like where you want to go. Do you want to go to a suspect black neighborhood, or do you want to go to a utopian culture that might be belong to someone else? I mean, yeah, that's a pretty good answer. Most beneficial to the children. What's best for the kids? Does black love only require one black person? Hmm, it's a good question. What do you believe? Last time I checked, black men don't use hard ER toward other black people. Divestors does. Yeah. My wife gravitated toward my culture. Okay, well that answers the question. We do have one example. Do they both have to be black in order for it to be black love? Hmm. What do you think? And so if a black man dates out, it's not black love. But when Serena Williams has this true black love, I think I'm about to open it up. And so it's not me saying that. That's literally what black women say. Season Life said, Kev, speaking as a man, what is black love? Black love is I know this is a very, well, I don't know, convoluted, but either love or physical love or feeling towards someone within, or love of blackness. That doesn't exactly clear it up, but we got Trey's Sugar Bear Night. Black love isn't dead because it never existed. We romanticize our need to survive by coupling with each other. The second the coast was clear, we learned we could live without each other, and we parted ways. Yeah, I think that was Bad Hombre was trying to say last night in context of black love not existing during slavery, but just being with someone that looked like us for a means of survival. It's over. Asian women and black women age gracefully. Other races not so much. I will agree. I will agree. If any look, if anyone keeps themselves up, they will retain their beauty. They will retain their good looks if they make the healthy choices. If they make the healthy choices. Now, if Jada Pinkett Smith had a better character, and what your idea was a better character, would she look a lot better? 'Cause some of y'all gonna be like, "Oh, Jada," because what Jada has represented as far as her marriage. So we go back to a more general one. All right, Tall E, what's going on? So we got the what is black love? Black love isn't dead because it never existed. Pro black isn't anti white. Black love is about love for blacks. Raven Knight was good. Black love been dead. No, Asian women don't. Lionel Player One, what's going on? Black men are single at 54%, has options to date, but black men married to black women of 83%. Yeah, I mean, I prefer married a black woman. I just preferred it. It's not. It's not a question that I put a lot of thought into. If I were ever to be asked, why did you marry a black woman? It was my preference. She was there, and we talked, and it was good. And self hate. Hashtag and self hate. Data can't help being more than a Baltimore thought. Ugh, when in shape, Weather said they have the ratio down. Booty, breast, hips, legs. Black women mastered it. Friends with benefits that kill black love BS. I love my Go 87 Trans Am. Is that still black? Trish Sugar Bear Night. Take away the programs that help most black women survive and watch how black love makes a sudden reemergence, proving that it was false from the start. What you're saying is it shouldn't. If there was ever a concept of black love, it should not be on such a superficial basis. It would be true and it would be genuine. Netflix and chill, booty calls, side pieces, failure to sustain a meaningful relationship. Every race of women had the same thing. What are you talking about? Booty? What we talking about? Booty, hips, and like Weather was. I think he was speaking on it was ratio right with black women, and I've said on this channel before, black women at their most beautiful state are the most beautiful women on the planet. There's nothing really. There's nothing that compares to a black woman. Now, if you hopefully that doesn't offend men who believe that their non-black woman is beautiful. I mean, but this is what I believe. I don't expect everybody to believe what I believe. What the hell is a modern woman? You are a woman that has been with your man for 42 years. So you have I would say modern views of the you don't seem to have a real high opinion of black men in relationships from what I can see, by also saying that the civil rights movement was about access to white women. And I don't really agree with that. I mean, I'm not going to berate you for saying such a thing, but you know, but you have like you do have if we could take and composite all the views you've had in this chat today, yes, you are a modern woman by mindset. And the funny thing is, you're too old for that. I don't mean for you to get offended with this age thing. I get called an old nigga all the time, and I'm gonna be 47 in a couple weeks, maybe about 3 or 4 weeks. I don't particularly act like a 47-year-old because my wife bought me Mortal Kombat 1, so that comes out 2 days before my birthday. So I'm gonna be playing that all fucking week like I was 16 years old. But so many would probably say I have a modernized mindset myself. I know how to keep up with technology and what's in the now. I know how to keep myself socially adept to what's happening to this world because I have a daughter that hasn't even hit teenager yet. So I gotta stay sharp for a little bit longer. But yeah, you got a modern woman's mindset, especially for someone who has had a husband uh that you have been with for 42 years and been married to like 38 is a crying shame that you do have that viewpoint in this chat. If you could use your husband as an example, then of what your viewpoint is, then that means he sort of failed you. RPM, yeah, me and him gonna be doing the same thing. MK1. Think you gotta switch though. I got a PS5. Yeah, I'm gonna have to wait on Homelander though. She wouldn't get me the premium version. She got me the regular, but still, I be playing this story. Unbelievable. Southpaw 2K1 said whether they had the best bodies in 1997, they promoted more Lupitas and Beyonces and less Lizzos and Lonely Loves. They should have stuck to that shit. They wouldn't have to divest and we wouldn't have to get passports. Hey, shit. Y'all steady talking about looks over substance. SDMH, SMDH. Well, I did say that if Jada had a better character, would she be more attractive to you guys? So character does mean quite a bit. I mean, I've seen plenty of black couples where I would say it should must be her character. So you smoking K2, man? Come on, man. That's still supposed to be illegal now. That synthetic weed. I was like, yeah, I can cheat. I can smoke the synthetic stuff now. I smoked that shit. I said, this feels too weird. Nope. You know, Chronica is back, right? Man, everybody mad at Chronica. Like, I didn't know there was this much disdain for Chronica until like everybody like Chronica coming back. And I think the reason why people resent Chronica so much is because they want to see Onaga come back, the Dragon King. Hopefully he does like make some type of appearance in this game. Because Onaga was just too badass to keep away. Like he appeared in what Deception and Armageddon and ain't been back since. And the only reason why he was in Armageddon was because that was the game with everybody in it. Shit, Blaze was the last guy in Armageddon, but Armageddon sucked though. I ain't like Armageddon. That Mortal Kombat Armageddon, I didn't like it because it had a lazy fatality system. Everybody did the same fatalities. I mean, yeah, old Chronica. She said, "Yep," and my mom was and grandma. She was born in 1940. She worked as a nurse and married to my dad 37 years before he passed. Like, I mean, just saying, like the case that you're making, the case that you have made does not, it does not connect. Like, is maybe you have been to, maybe you're still in that kind of women's liberation mindset, and you believe that every female that says something, no matter if she's some type of, I don't know, 18-year-old college campus feminist or otherwise, that she's somehow right because she has a vagina you know. So let me see. Let me drop this link. See if somebody want to come up for a little bit. See if someone wants to come up. As a matter of fact, black women falling off all the BBLs. Hey, look, women, just do some squats. You ain't got to get BBLs. My thing is with chicks that get BBLs, they usually after something else. It's not. I don't think it's love they're after. I think it's more so attention. Yeah, said that is social media, not real life. Oh, okay. Brother said, "Bro, you are gone." You're probably talking to Cortez. Man, I cannot stand Chronica, whatever her name is. Man, shoot. I went to. I mean, I don't know. Chronica, the way she died when you beat her at the end was so graphic. Like a glass shard splits her head when she's being sucked into the portal. Multi dice man. Black love is dead in America. Black women made their choices to give it up for their white male worship, and black men adjusted. Oh, saying we adapt. We said SYSBM and we went and got passports. It's the guy like that. Take this man's wrench. Stand down, you won't win. White women have the shape of Buffy the body, but without being arrogant. You gotta watch the ones that's in the gym though. Many of you have not taken biology. Oh, don't tell me that men have smaller brains, please. Don't do that. She could visit the National Civil Rights Museum in Memphis, Tennessee to disprove that theory. Whether I actually go outside in real life, I see white women watching black women in the body category. Ugh, God damn, we getting a little heated. We getting a little heated down here. Uh oh, she's not a real villain. Lionel Player One. Frank Green. My question is, who does this question matters the most, and why do you care? Today is like people ask permission to be with, smash, marry, identify, etc. I miss when I didn't know and didn't care. It's such a rampant subject on social media, though. A lot of these topics I say these YouTubers do, they do it for the viewing audience. Like I do some things for myself just to get see what response I would get, not in particularly how things apply to Kev's life, but how things apply to the collective. So I asked this question to see where this conversation goes, and it has gone some interesting places during this chat from what I see. So mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. Amar Dominique said, "Stop hating." Weather said, "What in the world?" Angela C said, "BBLs are ill and bleh." Yeah, according to those emojis. Big ass for a small brain. Dudes really think these white girls are overwhelming, caked up naturally. And then Amar Dominique agrees with Weather. Raven Knight said, "I'll take a flat back, honestly. At least I can help grow it." Oh, okay. I get it. The myth that, she keep doing squats and getting put in the buck that her thighs are thicking up anyway. Put in the buck. The buck. Okay. Let me clarify that. Teach her some cowgirl. uh, Whether that's cap. You don't see Asians with BBLs and you never saw none black woman one in real life. Well, it's simple. Like there's this one circus puppet looking bitch that, she really did a lot of augmentation to her body, injected her lips. She looks like they make themselves look like sex dolls when they inject their lips like that. So I've seen a couple, but that's not for a collective. In the area that I stay in now, that shit just like you see that on a regular basis. Bunch of women just trying to get attention, get a little sugar daddy shit going. They go down and get that BBL, and that's it. But do we blame Sir Mix a Lot for that? He likes big butts and he cannot lie. Mara said many of you have not taken biology. Then explain to us Ketanji Brown Jackson's logic. Explain to us that. Frank Green explains it. Amara, biology these days will tell you a woman can be a man. Then Tober said, I see so many caked up Asian women, it's insane. Whether you off the flock or bro. Saying all cultures have BBLs is a lie. It is rare online to see a non black woman being honest with it. Like I said, when they're augmenting to when they're augment when they're augmenting themselves to be spectacles, yeah, you will see a non-black woman do it. But just a spectacle part, and it doesn't look good. For the most part, I don't see it. Some of the women flatten out before they do that. Oh, Frank Green. Oh, when I was answering that question, he said, "Not you, brother. I'm here for the discussion. Salute to you for bringing it." Oh, okay, cool, cool. Most women in any group don't have the shape, whether you're crazy. White women are caked up because they are active through life, a volleyball in the gym. Yeah, when they do stuff that really tones their leg strength, like jumping up and down on a volleyball court, yeah, they can, any woman of any race can all they can do their shape like that. Some just don't have the patience. Most will rather go under the knife than to actually get in the gym and exercise and focus like that. Some do, however. Some do. When they work, that's what a lot of the women don't understand. When they work out and focus on those body parts, they can have anything they want without surgery. Genetics, I believe, plays a part too. So, you know, some better than others. As I need Weather's weed man connect. Where did he say that? Where did he say that? I mean, I'm skipping. I'm skipping like uh trying to scroll back to where weather said that triggered that. Oh man, Cortez bar for far. You not finding batter Becky's on social media. Uh, Mara Dominique, despite what have you said, whatever you said in this chat today, you're hanging in there. So I believe that's some cool shit. I hope to see you again. I like to mix. I like mixing up different viewpoints. Everybody ain't got to be on the same shit. Everybody. This the beautiful part about this channel is that it's not an echo chamber. Please, brother, don't be ignorant. White women do not naturally have big behinds unless they are fat. Let me tell you something. I've seen some white women shaped like I could not explain. Like, you know, just and is could not explain is like they have the exaggerated butt. It was for me. It was something amazing being a man that observes things. I remember in school, athletic white girls being thick when BBLs wasn't around. Explain that. Then why do you think these caked up Becky's trying to emulate aesthetically? Take a guess. Amar Dominique says white women and men get more plastic surgery than other races. Yeah, I mean, you might be talking about as far as tummy tucks, face stuff, skin lifts. I remember when BBLs was for Mexican women back in the days. I'm from South Texas. I remember that shit. Detroit 313. White women eat a lot because food goes straight to the hips and thighs. There are rare cases white women taking surgeries. Ugh. Then Tova said, "True, she has been a good sport." Because Amara Dominique hasn't done the one thing I see a lot of divestors and bidders do. They just flat out start cussing people out. You niggas ain't shit. Be a female Uncle Ruckus. You've been conquered by the white man. Niggas been conquered. You know, Frank Williams said white women was not caked up. There was flat back, looked like Pamela Anderson with big fake titties. What the hell? Man, let me tell you something. The first time I saw a flat ass, I mean flat, I'm talking about pancake flat. It was a white woman. She was bent over and it was still flat. Like lightning would have bounced off that motherfucker. Like, you know how lasers bounce off mirrors? Laser would have bounced off that shit. It was the flattest, it was the flattest ass I had seen. And then there was Kate Bosworth. Yeah. Here in Cali, black women are shaped differently. We call don't have big butts. Uh, we all don't have big butts. Oh, okay. Say we all don't have big butts. I mean, but if you're fit with a good personality, at least that works. I mean, Cortez go back and forth. Look at Foxy Brown, all those other women in black exploitation movies. Black women were well known for their thick since slavery. Look at the black woman they exploited during slavery. You ain't talking about Sarah Bartman, are you? Yeah, they was actually had a movie based on Sarah Bartman's life, and they were going to get Beyonce to play Sarah Bartman. I don't know if y'all ever heard of that. White folks bit under the knife. Those black jeans started kicking in. They was creepy back in the days too. Yep. Mm-hmm. Angela Slee is laughing for some reason. Oh, that's not thick. LMAO. She was 5 pounds thicker than the average woman at that time. Flatter than notebook paper, huh, Kia? Yep. I mean, if she'd have laid down on her stomach, you could have had dinner on it and nothing would have moved. The plate, the the drink, none of that shit. Pass me the salt. Yeah, you slide it right across perfectly. That's how flat this ass was. Iron and board booty, correct. The white women thumbs didn't fit into the crack of their ass from 1920 to 2000. That shit hung off like a wife beater, gun. Flatter than an open bottle of Sprite. Yeah, they were. Yeah, I'm glad people noticed that. They were shaped differently back in the day, especially like the 70s. Like those were Karens to the 10th power back then. Cortez Smith. People use Sarah Bartman as the example of black women shapes. LOL. That was a myth. They had no real evidence. So, Op Sarah, there's no pictures. There's no pictures of the real her. She bent over and her body was cut in half. Said broke like a Ritz cracker. was laughing at the story you were telling about the flat booty chick. Yeah, it was a white woman. Flat. I mean, wow. You can count the drops. If you were to spray water on it, you count the drops. Yeah, white women had those high ass hips in the '80s with the pants pulled all the way up. Yes, I do remember those commercials. Those infomercials. Yeah, they were infomercials too. Sarah Bartman was a demeaning caricature, and people turned that into something positive. Song swinging from the crack like a telephone line in high wind. Lionel Player One says, "Nah, those '70s, '80s shape, those vintage Playboys were no joke." Yeah, that the one. What you mean? The one they were naked in, and then they would have the hairy bush that was all curly and shit. Boy, they did not shave their armpits and their vaginas back then. You got all that shit. Those hairs had curls in them. Sarah Bartman was the main character, and I mean, she 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 was an anomaly because you don't, unless like women are like really big and out of shape, you don't see women shaped like Sarah Bartman today. Yeah, that's what they called it. That's why they called it a bush because of stuff like that. It had a real curly, big hair, the big '70s hair, and had a real little titties and stuff, and they had that hairy coochie. All right. Well, thanks. Yeah, it's been about 2.5 hours. Today, no, that was years and years ago. A great show, OG. I appreciate it. Great having you around, bro. That's it. Bring that back. I don't know, man. I don't know. Shoot. In a way, the way a lot of these women on social media uh be posing and stuff, being thongs with the booties and such shit, you might not have a need to bring that back. Shoot. It's time me got I put the I put the link down there, but nobody came up, so now it's about time for me to end this. And you know, dealing with these different points of view is always something that is awesome. Have you seen the SSBBW? They need to cut that shit off at like SBBW, supersized. We need to start calling shit fat again. Dude, it's man, that sound like a damn warship. It's a SSBBW. Stop eating. Stop fucking eating. The only white woman I remember on TV who had ass, it was the brunette actress that played Diana on V, the series 1985. Yeah, man, white women was not known for having cheeks at all. Then something happened along the way, and then they just started popping up in my part of Alabama. Like, god damn, the fuck. Then you go to other states like Texas. I visited Texas and Florida, man. I mean, Texas is a crazy state, but the women, oh god, yeah, a warship. We just got off the SSBBW. Man, we thought there was a nuclear threat. It's even in Utah. Oh, okay. I didn't see the link. I'm tired otherwise. I shoot the shit. I'm born and raised in Texas. Texas is like, Texas is like Central Standard Time. So, yes, Is one something over there. It's two over here. But I'm about to bring it to a close. I've been 2.5 hours with this. Doesn't matter what state. It's something in the food. Yeah, hormones and steroids and shit. The shit they don't tell you they put in the food. That's why people be like, go vegan. Man, go vegan. They putting stuff in the food. It's making asses bigger. Their booty's bigger than their 18 wheeler when they squat. God damn. Genetics, at least for me. Is she's Angela C says she's all natural. So all right, all right. Guess I'll go ahead and go. One thing I can say about black love is that uh, for you single people out there, uh, it's slim pickings. Because I say that to say not to put anybody down in particular. I'm saying that to say that yeah, there's a bunch of crazy dudes out there that's looking like a hood version of Roscoe off of any television show with skinny jeans on, and some of these women out here are mentally just gone, and yeah, just it's something that I pity you guys being in. I would say. You said you were just gonna come up. All right, yeah. They bend over as a perfect peach shape, make a man weak, weak in the knees. Yeah, because we're men. Because we're men. Yeah, it's getting plug love type shish. Yeah, but yeah, next time I come on, probably be Wednesday or Thursday. Gonna get into more of this racial issue. Uh, just just for the racism deniers and such, and you know, I think I call it racism and WS deniers in black and white, and yeah, gonna talk about that for a little while about how we got people who deny racism, and racism as it exists, I don't deny it. Racism as an excuse. Um, my belief is that black people have had enough time to solve the problems that we're still having. I mean, that is within our control, but but I never deny its existence. So but I don't believe that it should be used as an excuse. But black love is dead to some, it's alive to others. Um, that's all I pretty much have to say about that. Um, I mean, opt from the norm. If you want to come up for a few minutes, you still can. Shadow ban your channel, so I barely get notifications. Shadow ban, yeah, yeah. I mean that must mean you set your notification button all. Yeah, good. And like I said, if you're watching, your sub to me. Go where you see the notification bell and set it to all. Yeah, in case they get hungry, feel it. They feeling. I've been sub for a year and I stopped getting notifications. Yeah, I mean I haven't gone away. Shit. Yeah, yeah. YouTube, I do believe is trying to pull some shit because that's where that's when I keep saying stuff like some of my videos don't do as good as the other ones because I guess what they do is they do monitor your content, and if you say certain words like, it especially if you talk about black being uplifting black people, that gets me like the yellow dollar sign instead of the green dollar sign. So yeah, so the the biggest challenge to having a shadow ban, and I'm gonna say this, is keeping the people who are interested, in watching your channel. Like you have they have to make sure that they know that I'm gonna be here on Saturdays, Sundays, and Mondays. I've been more consistent with that lately. Sometimes I will miss a Saturday, sometimes I miss a Sunday, but I try not to do that. But I'm probably just for you watching. I'm probably gonna miss Saturday and Sunday next week. I don't know about Monday yet. Probably not Monday, but Saturday and Sunday. Uh, if I can get something recorded, just so you guys can watch, um, I will. If not, uh, then that'll be just that. But definitely, very big possibility that I won't be doing the show on Saturday and Sunday this week. But everybody who subbed to me that's watching right now, go below your screen, hit your notification bell, and set your notifications to all. I don't have the answer. He said, regardless, I still should get notifications. We all know what's going on. Yeah, I know. Uh, yeah, it's a fucked up thing. Like you said, we all know why. Yeah, yeah. I dropped the link for you out from the norm. Oh, got Frank Green. Oh, we got out from the norm also. Yeah, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on, brother?
What up?
Yeah, what's
Oh
up?
man, I can't call it, but yeah, brother, you've been shadow banned, man. That's all I can say. God, dog it, my damn dog. Move, dog. Oh, that sit down. But yeah, you've been shadow banned, bro. Cause I know I subscribed like last year when I heard a few of your broadcasts, and after that, I pretty much didn't get no notifications, and it's been happening on a lot of my channels. That's always talking about anything dealing with pretty much black men talking shit about what's going on in the world and what we dealing with in society. And I mean, it's across the board. So when they see channels like yours growing, it's like they immediately have to shut them down unless you do some, ridiculous shit.
Yeah, like
You,
Cameron act like a buffoon or something. I probably get a
yeah,
lot of views.
you,
But also, Frank, another thing that happens is depending on where like people in society are going and what they're against, they try to push that as well. So they can end up shadow banning a lot of stuff that was hot during the pandemic. And then now, if you talk about certain things, they don't really push it to the front. And I do shorts on my channel, and I notice I don't get views like I used to when I do my shorts. So
yeah.
they do a lot of playing games.
And see, when Shorts, and the thing is, Shorts was actually trying to, boost a lot of content creators. And you see how that kind of backfired once certain individuals started doing shorts.
Yeah, they put a
Because,
time limit on
shorts
it.
get the, go ahead, brother.
No, you're right. They put a time limit on it.
Yeah, and there's a lot of brothers, especially that was, doing their thing. And hell, and me and my cousin, we was even trying to put together a little something and, purchase a little equipment with our little side hustles and everything. And we was trying to plot on the way to get in the dough. Because, once you get in the dough, you just gotta really maintain and stay in your lane. Once you start, going to other lanes and going against and beefing with other people, other content creators, you can kind of see the trend. That makes your page really, up there. I mean, bring more viewers and boost the algorithm, but then it kills it because there's no point in beef at the end of the day. We know that from growing up and coming up, in different ways. And that's why I respect, our brother's broadcast and the way he does his things, because you can tell he's from the South. He's been around different types of individuals. He grew up in fucked up times, and he's speaking on certain things that can, a lot of us can relate to. And then once he took that one stance, all of a sudden, I never heard from him again. Because I subscribed to the channel for a reason. I was like, yeah, he's speaking some real shit. Boom, subscribe, bell button, all notifications. After that, every now and then, you'll get a notification. But for the most part, you didn't get what you normally get from those high content producing people that's on YouTube that create a certain kind of content, but they know they bounds. They stay in their lane, or they go a different left. They go left and get a gang of views, and then they go viral, and boom, the money starts pouring in. So at the end of the game, it's always about the money.
Yeah, but
the information.
Also, you got to remember the name that Kev got for his channel is going to be a problem for a lot of people too. Like,
oh yeah,
when you look at the sister Pink Book Lessons, a lot of people that come to her page be thinking she talking that hypergamy shit, and then when they get a whiff of what she talking about, especially females, sorry to say it, they be like, oh, what is this shit? So it helps her, and it can hurt her a little bit, but when people see she talking that real shit, they fuck with her. So I think since Kev got Black Man being brutally honest, they looking like, oh no, hell no, I wouldn't go to no shit like that.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you this. When I first presented, when me and my cousin was, excuse me, hold on, was trying to build our shit, and he a truck driver, but then he got a promotion. I mean, we Black men doing good. We said that, okay, let's make this channel called Pookie and Ray Ray. YouTube killed that name for damn near 2 years. During the pandemic, we couldn't name our channel that shit. But like 3 months ago, I reapplied for a new name change, and they finally let it go through, Pookie and Ray Ray channel. And then before we even set up everything, we're like, damn. I told my cousin, I'm like, man, they finally approved this goddamn name. Let's go on here, put together the studio, even though a little old, space that we had, and we had all this old equipment, and we was trying to update it. By the time we started updating shit, we're like, okay, let's go and do this. All of a sudden, the name was, oh, you can't use that.
Yeah. See, that's the
name was Pookie and Ray Ray, but by the time we were able to use it, they said, nah.
Yeah, that would have been a good name, because a lot of people would have seen it, because so many people use that in their taglines. And real quick, back to this topic, Kev. Like I said earlier, I got to put it on all of us because of the way we direct ourselves and how we, deal with one another. And I ain't saying Black man wrong for standing up for themselves, like, nah, I ain't with this shit no more. You know what I'm saying? But it's still gonna affect us to where Black love ain't a thing no more. And somebody said in the comments earlier, like, hey, if it ain't no oppression, then we just go our separate ways. And that's what we're seeing nowadays. Everybody going their separate ways. And to that Amara chick, she owns something. Like the person said they need her weed man connect, because you're gonna sit there and tell me that only the reason why we made the Black movement was to get white women. Are you serious?
Man, that's bullshit, because just yesterday, I didn't come on here with intention of saying this, but just yesterday, I literally was at my grandmother's 101 birthday celebration. Now, we rented out a little old venue, you know what I'm saying? Everybody ate good and everything. But when the tributes came, and, everybody started speaking, it was something that a lot of people did not grow up under. when you have the foundation of your great grandparents and your grandparents and then your parents and then y'all are all into relationships. Y'all are all married. Y'all all have kids. You know, my granddaddy and my grandmother had like 17 great grandkids alone. They were born in the 1920s. So when they say things like the civil rights era was fought for access to white pussy, look, man, I hate to break it to them brothers, but niggas been fucking hoes ever since the beginning of the time. What else can you say? Yes, the white man colonized the world, but guess what? Who kept this thing alive? I mean, it was coming from somebody dang-a-lang. So if I say things like that, then I'm gonna get canceled. You know, by certain individuals, certain groups of people, certain races, certain religions or whatnot. But, you know, I even in the chat said one thing about, you know, the Marriage Institute in America. We've only been getting married like paper-wise and shit since 1920. That was the year my grandmother was born. So before then, you just jumped the broom and said, hey, check this out. I'm finna look out for you. You finna hold down this house and we finna build this together and get the fuck away from everybody else so we can live on our land and prosper and make our family grow and make some money at the same damn time. So our family can have some goddamn money, regardless of who's trying to take it away from us. You stand up.
But don't forget, another thing is our sisters these days don't realize, remember, or know their history, because black men and black women have always worked together. Even the grandma was doing hair. She was working for the rich white family, which my grandmother did. I'm in the South. I'm here in Florida. So it was Bush Beer and Budweiser, something like that.
Bush Beer and Budweiser. You're right.
Yeah, the grandmother or the wife of the husband that started that shit, she used to work for them. So my granddaddy was working, so they always worked together. So when black women now tell me, oh, black women couldn't work and all this, do check, man, that's white women's history. That's not yours.
When they talk about white women's history working, they talking about secretaries and bullshit. Look, my granddaddy worked at Imperial Sugar down here in Sugarland, Texas. Now, it was notorious for having slave farms and convict leasing and all kind of shit. Anyways, he was a crane operator making 57 cents an hour. Do you think my grandmother ever wanted to do that shit? No. She wanted to take care of the household and do what her responsibilities were to her family and her husband. That's what it was. I mean, like I said, we just had the birthday banquet yesterday. Now, this 101-year-old woman is saying, Lord, I thank God for my family and my husband. My husband made sure I didn't have to go out there and damn near die to provide for our family. My grandfather built one of the finest brick homes in the neighborhood that's still there today. It's mine now. I popped my collar because he left it to me. But anyways, a 4-bedroom brick home, detached garage, outside. I mean, that's what they was doing back in the days. And the thing is, they swindled us. They swindled a lot of people. They put them on top of each other. They told our women that we weren't capable of building and making a lifestyle for our families. And they said, you know what? Let them leave. We'll take care of you. And look where it's gotten us. I mean, I'm not the one to just point my finger and wag my finger at anybody in society in this great country of America. But goddamn it, look.
Like Zachariah said in one of them comments about the way women made their choices, when the 60s came, they did the Monahan report, and I seen Cynthia G try to react to it, and I can see she ain't that bright. She may have a college degree, but common sense, she didn't graduate with that, because she tried to bring up the fact that, oh, black women wasn't kicking black men at the house or not bringing them in and just choosing Section 8 because it said in some stipulation that a man could be there. I read it, that part. I'm like, hold on, bitch. That shit says they can have dick on the weekends. A guy can come through on the weekend and visit, but he could not stay there. So you got women that try to combat, these black male spaces and misinterpreting all the information. Some on purpose, some because they lack good You know what I'm saying? They're not competent. They don't understand what is really being
Here's my
said right
thing.
in their
You got to
face.
look at. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And it tripped me out because that's where it is. Because I heard people talk about the fact of a lot of black women wanting to be like white women and wanting their lifestyles. But the sad thing is, when y'all make that choice to be on your own and coming out here now, we seen all these black kids being born out of wedlock. A lot of the fucked up black men that they talking about, like Zachariah said, them the ones y'all was raising, but they don't take responsibility. They take responsibility when he becomes Kevin Durant, when he becomes LeBron James, or even back in the 80s, late 70s, when he becomes Isaiah Thomas. But they don't take responsibility when that nigga becomes what's the dude out there in LA when he becomes the cat that made the Crips, the leader of the Crips. I forget the brother's name.
Yeah,
Tukey Williams. They don't take responsibility for Tukey Williams though, but they take responsibility for LeBron James.
And Tukey Williams, you know, when they first started that out, they was just looking for an outlet for young black men to have something to do in the community, to do better. It didn't set out to, you know, create, you know, mass murder and mass drug use and, you know, destroy a community. That later came when the influence of the black father went away. That is cause and effect. Now, if you ask people like Cynthia G, okay, where did you see this? Where are you from? Where did you come from? What did you grow up under your grandparents? She
From
can't tell you,
Seattle.
no, I didn't see that. Her real answer would be, no, I didn't see that because my parents ain't even from this place. I didn't have my granny out there, you know, hitting ducks with the back of the axe while my granddaddy went out there and did anything he could do to bring 27 cents an hour, 57 cents an hour home back when, you know, $4,000 would pay for a home and some land back in the days. And him and his brothers would get out there and build brick homes for the community. She can't say she represents that. She represents a culture from slums. So anytime a woman like that tries to wag her finger at what's going on here, man, you better check your own background. I don't give a damn about, you know, what you can wag your finger at what's going on these days. You need to wag the finger at your own upbringing. Let me see where you came from. Because when I say, look, I listen to a certain individual, so the black community is, you know, we are in shambles. But that's because the leadership that was once, you know, above the black community and represented the black community is gone now. But it took a certain type of individuals to erase that shit, and they steady doing it. They erasing it, and they trying to say the black man never been shit. No, you got me messed up. My people been here for over 6, 7, 800, maybe 1,000 years, and I come from a culture of black men and black people and black women, foundational black people who actually built shit in this country. So if you fell short of what you were supposed to do, if you had crackhead aunties, dolphin ass uncles, you had everybody who went to the penitentiary, and your people raised a bunch of Pookie and Ray Rays, look, that's not on me. I wasn't raised like that.
But I mean, we got to remember
When my
if these
grandparents
women,
saw the hood coming, guess what? My parents got the hell out the hood. I
but
was raised in the
if these
suburbs, you
women,
know.
if these
So
women are choosing to lay down with these guys, right, and giving access to their womb, like when Umar said that bullshit, oh, that's because it's the guy's fault. And it's like, but dog, unless the woman give you access, and if we talking about grape, that's two totally different things, which is less than 5% of babies being born. So how you gonna sit there and tell me that's what the issue was when it came
It's
to
actually
black
less
men?
than 2%.
why am I responsible for your poor
My bad.
decision?
My bad.
Less
Point
than
something.
2%. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
that doesn't make me responsible for that person's point of view. I mean, what? I'm supposed to carry all y'all on my back because y'all
and
didn't
then
listen?
am I supposed to, like, man, I worked with the youth for 15 years at risk youth. When I seen these single mamas coming in, they rather go to a date instead of come to these parent counselor meetings.
No,
They
you're the
rather go out
babysitter.
there.
In
Yeah,
fact, you're the babysitter.
thank you. I was just about to say that because you know what happened? The same thing that they do to grandma. They leave the
You're
baby
the
with grandma
babysitter.
and then go make another baby with some sucker nigga.
But grandma tired,
So
and
we
grandma
supposed to
don't
go
know
out there and
what's
keep
going
doing that?
on.
Yeah,
Grandma
we
don't
supposed
know
to
what's
go out
going
there and doing
on.
that. That's dead, man. I'm not gonna keep watching these damn badass kids and then you go bring me two more like, huh? Bitch, what? I need another
But
babysitter. Y'all got another grant for me? That's what's going on. So men are
what
like,
y'all
"We're
got
not
for
doing
me?
that no more." Yeah, men ain't doing that shit no more. And it's either you get your shit right or you left over there. Go over there. We can't help you no more. We gotta
Go
help the
over
people
there. I
that want
mean,
to
what
help.
you want me to do? I mean, that's what you wanted. Nah, hold on. You wanted me to do all this, and then I did all that, and then I said, you know what? You ain't acting right, so I'm gonna stop doing all this. And now you keep expecting me to keep doing all that, and I'm saying, nah, go ahead. You made this decision. Hold on. What's the old saying? You made your
Made your
bed.
bed, now you gotta lay
Go
in it.
lay in it. Go lay in it. You wanted this. You wanted to be a city girl. Okay, go. You
But
want to get
see,
tattoos and you want to look like everybody else. You want to get BBLs. You want to get stuck up. You want to be like white folks and get all these injections and get all this past surgery. You want to tell us that we ain't about shit for the past goddamn 20 years. Look, I'm not going to deal with that no more. If you think I'm going to sit here and listen to you say I ain't shit when I'm watching you destroy your own damn self and you don't want to listen to me, guess what? Fuck it.
the
Have
real
at it.
black men
Have
that's
fun.
about something are the ones that's trying to make decisions. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and say I agree with everything because I ain't trying to be no conservative. I'm an independent now, but I understand when I see more brothers starting to go over there back to Republican because it's like we ain't standing for this shit no more. Like, what the fuck you expect us to do? And Umar ain't nothing but a hustler. And I interviewed him when I was at a radio station in 2015. And he used to just talk about black men and black women doing right. And I respected that. But then all of a sudden now it's, oh, black men are the reason for this and this and that. It's like, what you want us to do? Put our foot on
Yeah,
their damn neck?
I
Yeah,
remember.
I fell for that almost 10 years ago myself. You know, I'm old enough to remember when Umar first dropped. And
Yeah,
yes,
me too.
we always like, yeah, yeah, yeah. But brother, it's 2023.
Oh,
I'm
what you about to
damn
say,
near
Kev?
40 years old. Back when I was in my 20s, I heard you talking all kind of shit. And you ain't did a goddamn thing, but you know what? Nah.
Hold on,
Nah.
Frank. Kev was about to say something.
Yeah, well, I was about to say, well, Dr. Umar was talking about, what black men and black women needed to do back in 2013, and it was all sounding good. This Umar today is it just seems like he's trying to make some money because
Thank you.
yeah, he
Like I'm
cared,
old enough to remember those days.
he carried it there. It's not the same Umar from 10 years ago.
It's really not. And then he tried to shun us like, oh y'all ain't never been down. No, we was down for you, brother, but you switched up. I mean, it's certain, individuals that's, in the pro-black movement that I can ride with. Like, man, you've been the same since 2000. Hell, like Tariq. While I don't agree with every doggone thing, but that man been putting in work since I was skipping school in high school. So, okay,
But
hey, I've
and
seen
he
you
building.
develop and I've seen you build and I've seen you go from one thing and, really stay focused and build. All right, I can deal with that. But when it comes to cats like Umar, I'm like, dude, for the past 10, 15 years, what have you done?
Oh, not to cut you off, Frank, but real quick, did you see how he was going at Tariq talking about, oh, you had hired these white guys to do your first documentary, which he was a part of, right? But then he
Man,
come on the Breakfast
I
Club.
saw the
Hold on,
documentary.
wait, hold on. Check this out, Frank. But then last year he was on the Breakfast Club and saying he couldn't hire no Negroes to help him build his school, so he had to go with the white folks. And it's like, how you shit on Tariq? You should have came back and apologized, nigga. You owe him an
And
apology.
you did the
You do the same
exact
thing.
same thing.
So I don't fuck with
See,
him now. You got
that's
these
when I
buildings
saw
and shit,
him
ain't
and
got
like,
no kids in them.
nah, I'm tired of buying your doggone wardrobe, paying for your hotel room so you can fly around and have these, women just, fall at your feet and donate money.
So
I don't respect him as a man because I've seen nothing being actually produced and built. That's something my granddaddy always put me on. If I don't see you build and actually, man, I can put my hands on that shit. Like, dude, he did that. He did it. And you ain't did nothing but take other folks' money, just like the damn church house.
Same people he talk trash
So
about.
exactly. And now you pandering to why? And you talking about building a school for young men? Dude, why would I send my young man to your man? You got me messed up.
Think about all the single mothers that's gonna send their sons to him.
Think of all the single mothers sending them money right now.
That's who. If he was opening school, and I would like to see him actually do some real shit. But if you mean to tell me all you doing is putting names and billboards and signs on these damn buildings, and you still ain't got no kids, talking about, I still got to invest in this and still, so I still need your money. It's like, bruh, like
I've
you could have started off
seen
with a
brothers.
smaller building.
I've seen guys in the neighborhood and whatnot, teach kids and teach young black men how to weld, how to build houses, how to do carpentry, because my grandfather was a master carpenter. I've seen more institutions coming up randomly just building. Oh, hey, I'm gonna teach you how to drive. I'm gonna teach you how to drive 18-wheelers. I'm gonna show you how to work a hammer. He ain't even dropped not net. He ain't even got a video showing how to nail a 2x4 into a frame. So, man, no, nah. I don't trust you. I don't trust you. You're not a man of integrity. You know what I'm saying? So until then, nah, I'm done with you.
Yeah, let me say this real quick. Zachariah, since you're new here, are you sub? Did you press the sub button? And it sets your notification to all, even though what Frank was saying that it really doesn't matter because I'm shadow banned. Just know that I will be here not Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Because that's kind of a way to just let everybody know that when I'm gonna be on the air, and I do drop videos on the regular, so always check the channel. Um, yeah, also, I probably won't be here next Saturday and Sunday. I'll be out of town, so I probably won't come back to Monday. But try to do an extra show either Wednesday or Thursday. So just be on the lookout for that. But yeah, he said he is subbed. So okay, cool. Yeah, so see, we're at the 3 hour mark. Did y'all flesh out what y'all wanted to say? I can go for a little bit more. Mr. Green and out from the norm.
The only other thing I would say is yeah, Jada Pinkett, Baltimore Thought, Will Smith. I would respect Will Smith trying to have black love and not want to give up, because that's the only reason why they're together. Maybe he want to keep his money as well. And Amara, whoever that lady was, she on the low hates her husband guts because he's probably like Will Smith instead of Tupac.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they get tired of their simps real quick. I'd have been around the world and I ain't left Texas sometimes, but hey, when they get a good simp on their team, they keep them for certain reasons. Just like when, I saw somebody in the comments like, yeah, white men are like more than all the rest. Well, you know why. We kind of all know why. It ain't for sex. It ain't for masculinity. It's for that dollar. Because when, certain women see white men, they like, okay, I can get this dollar bill out of his ass. Even he might not even like me. He might be racist as hell, but hey, I can get that money and I can have some security. I mean, at the end of the day, that's one thing I've learned, throughout the years of my, hoeing and shit back in the days. But women like money. They like, that alpha shit. They like, being taken care of. And if they see a simp, don't think they not gamed up to not run game on your ass. I mean, damn, what the hell you think they here for? I mean, shit, dude, if you think your game is strong, get around about 5 or 6 women and just listen. Don't say shit for about an hour and just listen to what they talk about. You're going to hear all kind of game. And if it ain't the game, you run it.
Oh, yeah, I know plenty of stupid bitches.
And that stupid shit works. And that's the sad part. It works. I mean, how many homeboys that done told you a story and you sitting there like, man, this broad done got you. You just shaking your head. You can't even tell them nothing. You're like, man, all right, whatever, man. You go find out.
I had to go through it.
That's why, when you said the topic was, at first you're like, is black love on a demise? I'm like, man, shit. Do we celebrate the demise? No, we don't really celebrate it. We kind of anticipate it. We kind of like to speak on it when we see it's about to happen. And when it happens, it's not like a celebration. It's like, I told you so, or I saw that coming. You know, oh yeah, oh he got rent. Oh yeah, I saw that coming.
Oh yeah, Kev, we gonna
Mhm.
be these black male spaces gonna be the first one if Russell and Ciara break up to be like, told you, bitch.
Told you, told you, told you, and they're gonna be doing just like me, sitting on the porch, like, yep, I told you. Mm-hmm. You won't
Same
At
listen.
thing,
least, at least we're honest about that. At least we're honest.
same thing with Steve and Marjorie. We like,
Mm,
yeah, he ain't got too much longer.
yeah, even if it ain't true, like we could, even if it ain't true, we could see something like that happening.
I'm gonna give
So we
y'all.
wouldn't be surprised. Like, okay, well, saw that coming.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you. I told you so that it took it took 4 years to come to fruition to me, but that Richard Lawson and Tina Knowles, they
Mm,
recently split up. When she shined them on TV like that on the own network,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I thought it was funny. I ain't gonna lie, because the way he was looking afterwards, like, God damn. But
I'm,
I said it back then. Yeah, it's only a matter of time.
I'm gonna tell you what made me laugh. You ever seen the movie Brown Sugar with Tay
Uh,
Diggs?
uh,
Tay Diggs and what's her
I
name?
seen parts of it. Sanaa
So
Lathan.
now they say,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah. Okay. You know that dude that his wife cheated on him, name was Richard
Oh,
Lawson.
Richard
Richard
Lawson.
Lawson.
Richard Lawson.
And he said, "Hey, I'm gonna get some pork chops. Why? To celebrate my divorce." That shit was funny, man. Hey, I just picked up on that and I'm like, yeah, Richard Lawson. Uh-huh. She didn't even take your last name, bro. Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah, I knew Beyonce daddy was a smart dude when he left her ass. Like he got the fuck on. And when I seen that, I was like, oh yeah, that bitch ain't shit. Because a lot of people ain't see the backstory. I seen the behind the music shit that came out over 10 years ago. And when he was trying to build him up, she was about to divorce him because he was focused on that too much versus being a lawyer and the lifestyle that she liked. So they finally blew up. And I'm thinking, oh, he left because he knew that bitch wasn't shit. He was like, time to make my exit, ho.
See, and that's the thing. Like down here in Houston, I'm from Houston, you know what I'm saying? It's all kind of different Knowles
H-Town.
foundations. And it's like Knowles, like housing is Knowles, like, but that's all his shit though.
Yeah,
He
he taught
started
his
all
kids
that, you
that.
know what I'm
Yup.
saying, before, damn near before Beyonce and Destiny's Child really, blew up. But after, afterwards, that's when he started investing in a lot of property. So if you really want to dig into it deep, dude, you can ride right by 610 and 288, and there's a like Knowles Foundation project housing. That's his shit.
He the one that
That's his
instilled
last
that.
name. That's his last name, not
He
his
instilled
wife's
that.
last name.
He instilled that in his kids. Like that was not Beyonce's mother. She's one. I'm sorry to say, she one of them gold digging heifers, and she don't care about that building and stuff like that. So anything you see
No.
Beyonce doing now, or her sister, he instilled that shit in his children. So he. I mean, he bought his money. Don't get me wrong, but he's more of a decent human being than her mother is.
Look, I'll say this. Beyonce went to Worthing. I used to talk to a chick that went to Worthing, you know what I'm saying, grew up around that. Yeah, anyways, whatever. But yeah, that motherfucker there, yeah, he built that foundation. He laid down that foundation. He kept them girls damn near focused like Joe Jackson.
Yeah,
And one of them
just
made
without
it,
that ass whooping.
and beside the ass whooping, and one of them made it. The other one, latch keyed off of it. But but and then you see like these days, I mean, Beyonce she ain't really about Houston. She on her own thing.
I will say this: Solange does have some talent.
Yeah, I
Yeah, she
actually like
does. She
Solange
does.
better
I
than
like
Beyonce.
Solange.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I actually like Solange better because her music is a little more eclectic and
Yeah,
she
yeah,
not gonna do something just because it's hot. Like if you fuck with actual artists, you will like Solange better too.
better. Yeah, vocally, you know what I'm saying, and yeah. But if you say that to the Beehive, bro, you about to get.
Man, fuck the Beehive. They
Man,
ain't
I
about
don't give
they
a fuck
ain't
about the
about
motherfuckers,
shit.
man.
I need to
Fuck
see
the
I need to
motherfuckers.
see the Beehive actually do a real Black Lives Matter movement or some real shit, or they
Nah,
just trying to
they
protect this woman.
movement is gonna be you ain't shit.
Yeah, they just trying to
The
be the
Beehive
black
movement.
That's what it's gonna be about. You ain't about shit. So I don't even deal with that crowd. Whatever.
The
Plus,
Beehive movement is to
she
get them
she
tickets.
knocking on Tina Turner status. She getting old, so the next generation is gonna be even worse.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Hmm.
So let me this poll that I put up. It's got 90 votes. So I said, is black love dead to you? 63% said yes. 37% said no. Out of 90 votes.
Got 37% hopeful people, boy.
Yeah, 37% hopeful. 63 said I've already washed my hands of this. Let's just keep our fingers crossed. Good luck.
Yeah, I'm one of them 60-some%. I'm like, fuck this shit. I'm out. I mean,
This shit on that.
I still want that 1 in 4 black woman, but I know I have to be steadfast and sharp and on my square to actually find that woman.
Man, you better start worrying about just finding women in general, because these days.
I mean, I
Shit,
can if
hey.
I got my passport. If I got to haul ass to Africa or somewhere else and get it, fuck it, I'll go over there and get it but I know I can't bring her back to stay, maybe visit, but we're gonna be doing like them Arab dudes that leave the country for months at a time. It ain't gonna be, oh, fuck that. I get an Airbnb and visit for like a week every other
You
year.
heeding the warning of Eddie Murphy. Don't bring it
Yeah.
back to the States.
Hey, what did he say? I want half.
What have you done for me lately?
What have you done for me lately, Eddie? I want half. Mister, fuck you, man.
When I found you, you was butt naked on the zebra, bitch.
Hey, and then you gonna be sitting on there on the cover like holding your hands up like I don't know what happened. Yeah, okay, keep on. Look here, the one thing I learned about love, it don't last
He said,
forever.
"I'll find Dragon Ball faster than."
I mean, 8.
Damn.
8 of them. Yeah.
Shit.
Say without the radar, you have a better chance.
See, and that's the fucked up thing. That means I got to be a travel bro first, and if I end up being a passport bro, y'all will know why. I tried. I'm a single father, but shit happens.
Hey, man, as a divorced single father who's remarried to a non-black woman, look here, check this out. You go wherever your dang tell you to do. But when your mind make up for where you want to sit down at, that's when you follow your mind. And if it ain't about business, then you need to go on down the road. Because at the end of the day, love don't last forever. Hell, once you get that post-nut clarity, it might go away right then. So be with who you need to be with and not who you have to be with by other people's standard.
Right.
Or, I mean, who you want to be with, guess what? I wanted to be with somebody else when I was married. Guess what? That shit faded. Why? Because the shit just went sour, went south for whatever reason. But this thing called life, look, you on here to spread your seed and be fruitful.
I ain't
And
gonna front until my son got older. Respectfully, I'm keeping it real. When we had issues because of his mama, but once he got older and moved out, our relationship is a lot better because she still wanted to be bitter and all that. And it's like, it's the same thing Corey Holcomb always say. The reason why a lot of these women are single is because a man was not gonna let you tell him what the fuck to do, and he hauled ass on you.
exactly.
And that's what I did.
And then
I
they
was like,
don't never tell the other side of the story. They don't never hear. No, it ain't about telling. The children don't hear it or don't see it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we'll next time I call in, we'll dive into this deeper. But even my daughter, she sees the difference when she's with me and with my wife all the time. She sees something like, wait a minute, they don't argue, they get along real good. They like, shit, Pops is good over there. What the hell are you talking about? They hold on to that bitterness and they try to feed that to the offspring to make them bitter towards, especially the man. And
we don't shit on the mamas. We don't.
I never do. I really never do. Ever.
I done been sprayed on
That is a
Facebook and
no-no in my house.
everything. Oh, I know about you. I'm like, bitch, you don't know me. Who are you? Well,
You
your
don't.
baby mama said such and
Here's
such.
the thing, though.
That motherfucking line.
If I told her what her mama used to do back in the days, oh man.
She used to call her jawbone.
Man, shit, I'd be in a custody battle.
Man,
And the next day I get a cease and desist order or some shit. Cause she go ask them questions. You know what? Let them eat cake. I find more peace in being peaceful than causing drama to other people. And that's one thing
that
that
makes
most
sense.
women don't, and they really don't comprehend that. They want the drama. They want the excess. They want
Yeah.
the arguments. They have to have something to talk about. They have to have something to post about. They have to have something to talk to they ain't shit ass homegirls about to make them feel like, okay, I'm being noticed. I'm getting some attention. Hey, your decision, your situation is messed up, but look at my situation. It's more messed up. And they'll hype that shit up. They will lie. They will interject all kind of shit to when you go around just to pick up your daughter and they're around, they're looking at you like this nigga ain't shit. All the while, you ain't missed nan child support payment. You take your kid out on more vacations and do more for them than their mama does. But that's a
Yeah,
whole different
but you
topic.
know what? But yeah, but you know why that is, right?
Hmm.
I mean, they're always in this secret competition with us. They say that we're the ones trying to be in competition with them just because we talk and we're sharing our situation with others, but really
I
it's them.
really don't see no competition.
It really isn't. It really isn't. But they see it as such. But they don't. At the end of the day, they don't. They still don't realize that men and women are different. Um,
That's there you go. Boy, that is the golden ticket right there. If you was Charlie in the chocolate factory, that's the golden ticket right there. That's what they need to say on the golden ticket. We are not the same.
Season Life said,
My
"I tried to join it."
accomplishments, I don't look at my accomplishments the same way you do. In
Yeah,
fact, I don't even look at them as accomplishments.
yeah.
It's normal behavior, stuff like
Se-
that. Pat on the head. I don't need that shit all the time. But hey,
Season Life said, "I tried to join the panel. It says I need to cam up. That is not a setting on my StreamYard. I don't know why they need to. I don't know why they said that. I would. I mean, just know it's not me that's restricting you. So,
Yeah,
hey,
that's
just
what it
cam
seems.
up anyways, man. I'm ugly as shit, but hell, I still cammed up. Shit, fuck it. Excuse my
man,
language. I ain't mean to
let
be
me tell you
cussing on your
something.
chat like that, man.
Let me tell you something. When you're in a you're doing topics like this, they're gonna say all kinds of shit, even if it's false. They're gonna say you're ugly. They're gonna say your breath stank. All this shit. They can't even smell your breath. But yeah, I've gotten used to people saying a bunch of shit about me, and I've explained this before. I don't mind camming up. It's just that I'm not set up for it over here.
Hmm.
I want the look to be just right before I start really just camming up and giving it that show feel. But I have a block on my camera anyways. LOL, that's what he said. But yeah, but the thing is about podcasting is it just like radio shows. Nobody ever required a radio host to cam up. They just listen to what the person had to say. So at the end of the day, why should something like that matter anyway? But
Hmm. Yeah.
yeah, but yeah. So like I said, we got 63 to 37%. 63 say yes, 37 said no. And like I said, for the environment that has been like that, the dating environment that has been in 2023, I feel bad for people who got to be out there. I just say just fucking keep moving. You know
Hmm.
what I'm saying?
I say the same thing, man. Even to my nephews, I ain't got no sons. I got none but girls. Oh Lord help me. But my nephew, I damn near raised him since he got here. You know what I'm saying? Shit, he was born in 1999. And I look at some of the things that he's dealing with as a young 23, 20, about to be 24-year-old, and some of the things he's gone through and what he deals with. And I'm just trying to give him, the best advice that I can from experience. And a lot of the times, I've never experienced some of the shit that he's going through. So the only thing that I can do is just hope that I'm getting through to him. Like, hey, man, sometimes you got to sit down and leave these broads alone. But I know his thing get hard, and man, hey, they will lead you into temptation. You know what I'm saying? And it's in the Bible. Don't lead us into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Well, guess what? Um, these women are evil, and so are we. Mankind is evil. That's just the way of the world. So, You got to figure out your own way out, and just listen to the elders, because all of us ain't full of shit. And when you got OGs, that's been divorced and been in long-term relationships, and actually can give you some background information, whether that situation relates to what you're going through or not. It may relate to something that you might go through and it can avoid. And that's what I think the younger generation really needs to take heed to, is knowing who to listen to and what to listen to. Because everybody ain't your friend. Everybody ain't gonna have your best interest at heart. Most of us, we all about our wallet, all about our paper. But for the select few, when you got somebody really telling you the game, man, you better listen. Shit, take the cotton out of your ears and put it in your mouth. And I'll end with that.
Okay. All right. Cool. Season Life just came up here. What's good?
I got to pee too. Sorry, y'all.
Season Life. What's good? What's good?
Oh, what's going on, Kev? I just wanted to step in for a quick second. I just have a quick message because I believe there's a moderator that's named Weather. I'm not sure if she's a female or male, but
Male.
she was saying it's a male.
Yeah.
Okay.
Weather's a male.
Weather's a male. Okay, because
Like a
there's
woman.
yeah, I was feeling a bit of like this kind of weird like B-dub kind of energy coming off of them. So I don't know. There's this message they were saying about how black men prefer white women and black women prefer black men more so, but it's actually not true. And there's actually a few studies online. One popular one is called the dating divide. So I just want to come on here and direct you to. It's called the dating divide: how systematic racism manifests in online dating. And it's on YouTube. If you search that, the dating divide, it's like the first video. And if you start at the 19-minute mark, it's about 2 or 3 minutes. They speak about the information that they found. And it's basically it's statistics that they came up with from, I think, more than 2 million dating profiles from dating apps. So this is all information that's basically anonymous. They don't know that they're participating. They pull that information and they're not using anyone's name, but they're just using the data. The data is showing that, these people that are on their apps and they're searching for partners, that every single race of women is searching for white men, in particular, white women, but every other race is searching for white men, including black women. And then they searched, they did the information on black men, and it showed that every man, whether they're straight or gay, actually prefer their own race over black. So I don't know. That was interesting how he was trying to kind of twist that information, but there's studies about this stuff. So I just wanted to clarify that. That's why I wanted to come on here and just say that.
Okay.
Can I rebut that real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a study for you. My lifetime, I preferred women. I really never gave a damn sometimes on what color they was. Sometimes I feel like light skin, sometimes I feel like dark skin. But the main thing that most men, especially black men, prefer is, can I say the peace leave word?
Go ahead.
Pussy.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, that's what it all boiled down to. Look, man, you can, have this construct in your brain that, oh, black men love white women for this reason. Oh, black men love Asian women for this reason. Oh, black men love Latino women for this reason. Oh, black men love black women for this reason. Look, the point is women. You get it? It's that simple.
Yeah, I hear you.
I mean, at the end, what do you have access to at the end of the day? If you only have access to, say you grew up in the suburbs, you grew up around mixed environment, that means you have access to many different flavors. Now, if you grew up in the hood and you have only access to black women, then guess what? You probably gonna, fornicate with black women.
Men like women that like them.
White women. What's that?
I said men like women who like them.
Yeah.
No, men like women.
No, that's what I'm saying. If we able to deal with a woman.
No, you added in that like them. No. Leave that part out.
No.
Heterosexual men like women.
No, but what I'm saying is, just like you said, if you grew up around as a heterosexual man, we gotta separate that too. Keep it
We really don't have
always
to
straight.
here, you know what I'm saying?
But
But
no,
let's
no,
do
I
it
know that.
anyway.
But for us men that like women, and it's just like you said, if you grew up a certain area and that's what you have the option of, you gonna like a woman that show you interest. If you like pussy, you gonna like a woman that shows you fucking interest, especially if you're attracted
Take that
to
back.
her.
If you like pussy, you go show pussy the interest, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's basically what I'm saying. I'm just adding a caveat to what you're saying. It's pretty much the same thing. If you like pussy and you got that option, you gonna take it.
Yeah. If you got option and access to pussy, you gonna take some pussy. At the end of the day, it really don't matter what color the motherfucker is, right?
And that's any
Does
race
it
of man.
function? I mean, is it the right? You know, we gonna dismiss the parameters, but hey, that's what you going for, right?
I mean,
So if you're looking at to where, okay, well, I can't deal with a white woman because she don't understand my culture. Okay, where you from? Maybe she does understand your suburbia culture. Maybe she does understand your European culture because you would grow up in Europe or you grew up in the hood. Okay, maybe it's a hood white chick. Does that make her a better white chick than a suburban white chick? No, it's pussy at the end of the day, bro. Now, what makes a big difference is whether or not you gonna get along with that piece of pussy, that one piece of pussy for the rest of your life if you bound by marriage.
All right.
But hey, what's going on in y'all marriage? Y'all might want to, do other things with other people.
But
Okay, whatever floats your boat. But at the
okay.
end of the day, it's all about the peace league. And what are you gonna do to achieve it? And what are you gonna do to maintain it? Now, if none of that is in your repertoire, whatever you get down with, of course you're gonna hate all women because you ain't getting no pussy, or you don't want none, or either you don't want what comes with it. And that's the thing these days. I mean, a lot of us don't want to deal with what comes with it. I see my brother Hot Sauce in the building. What's up, Hot
Yeah,
Sauce?
yeah. What up,
Hey,
hot sauce?
salute. Yeah, I just want to reiterate what the last guy talked about how men choose their own race. That's the truth. She's Jennifer Lequist, MIT statistician, and when men pair for long term, not for just sex but long term pairing, men prefer their own race. Prefer their own race, just for the simple fact of reproduction. You want to reproduce kids that look like you. A matter of fact, the higher the more money that black men make, the more preference they have to marrying a black woman. Actually, so I mean, at the end of the day, it boils down to genetics. So yeah, sex is sex and pussy is pussy. But when we're talking about marriage, kids, commitment, long term relationships, every man is mostly race loyal. It's genetics.
Yeah.
See, that's why I deal with it. Man, Hot Sauce, you cool as shit, and you always go in
So
depth.
I just wanted
So
to. So hot sauce. Are you referring to the dating divide that Shez did a video on?
I'm talking about. I don't know. I just did. She has a podcast. Jennifer Lequist, MIT statistician, and
Yes,
they were
yes, that's her.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah, and she
Yeah.
was talking about you know when Americans are dating a couple, what do they really look for? And they
Hmm.
find that Asian women date out the most of all races,
Hmm.
right? But most men stick to their own race. White women, white women are the most race loyal out of all
Hmm.
races in America as well. So white women are the most race loyal, and all men are race loyal to their own race.
And all women preferred white men,
Yeah, and
which
all
was
women.
surprising. I never knew that until I seen that information. That was like 6 months ago, and it was
Well, you
shocking to think that because you see a lot of Indian people with, like in my city, a lot of Indian people have kind of immigrated here in the recent years, and they're always with each other. So I thought like at least Indian people would be with Indian people, but that's not even the
uh
case. They prefer white men, even with their own men.
Americanized Indian will prefer white
Mm,
men, but not like Indian. Because even my homeboys who are like from India, Pakistan, and all that, when they get married, they go home to get the girl from the village. They don't marry the girls who were born in America, right? They don't marry them.
Okay,
And
so it's the Americanized. Um,
yeah,
you're
because
talking
at the
about
end of
American
the day,
population.
yeah, because at the end of the day, they don't even really get to pick who they marry, right? It's all arranged,
Hmm.
right? 90% of Indians, right? 90% of Indians are arranged marriages, but yeah, but for them, I mean, but you gotta look at it this way, right? Hiroshima, right? America dropped a nuclear bomb on its people, and Japanese women still got pregnant by American men when they came. So that shows you how non-race loyal women are. Because how the fuck you gonna drop a nuclear bomb on my people and I still get pregnant by you?
Yeah, exactly. In retrospect, how do you enslave a group of people and still get pregnant by them?
Mm.
Yeah, so I mean, women don't give a shit.
They don't. Man, that hot
Man,
sauce cooking.
they going off feelings. So
And
a lot of
also,
us, if you look at it the way white men project themselves around the world, so if white men are the number one guy that all women would date, when they say, oh, it's
Hmm.
black men that date out the most and marry out the most, it's like the numbers
Hmm.
don't show that. It
Right.
shows it's actually white men across the world. But
Hmm.
if you don't know, like I was saying earlier, if you don't know your history, especially if you don't look at statistics, none of that, come on, man. You gonna believe anything that make you feel like it makes sense just because on your block you got one black dude married to a white woman.
Right. And on top of that, if we want to keep it 100%, black women weren't getting raped by white men during slavery. They wanted, well,
Oh, you gotta say that. You gotta say great with a G. You gotta say the great. Be
okay,
careful about that
sorry.
word.
So let's say like when black women talked about how they were assaulted during slavery, there's a book out that talked about how white men had resorts with them and their black concubines, and on top of that, if they were quote unquote SA'd, then why in the heck did white men build historically black colleges for their children?
now with that sentiment, I have to interject that yeah, that stigmatism also comes from the farms. You have to realize that, a
The
lot of
farms
us,
were different.
yeah, but at the same time, a lot of that was forced, and look
Yeah.
where it came from. You know,
No.
I have to, I agree and disagree with you at the same time because I know exactly what you're talking about. Because, I mean, being really encamped into an institution where, hey, man, take your ass in that barn and we finna, inseminate you like cattle by the same person that looks just like you, a big buck,
Right, but
and you gonna come out pregnant and we're gonna sell your kids. So where does that resentment come from? I feel you on that, Sauce. I feel you on that.
I'm talking. Well, because slavery is just two types of slavery, right? There's the plantation, and then there's the farms, right? The breeding farms. Now, the breeding farms, that was 100% not her will. All of that, she was absolutely assaulted. No question about that. No doubt about that. But I'm talking about the plantation. There, things get a little bit sketchy. Not saying none of them were SA'd, but I'm saying it kind of looked kind of crazy that on the plantation they were SA'd, but then turned around. The dudes gave the slave masters gave them property. The slave masters gave them slaves and built college and built academic institutions for the mixed children, because that's where historically black colleges were birthed from. They were birthed from mixed kids not being able to go to mainstream colleges.
Yeah, I mean that
Yeah,
that
and
is
and
true
and,
for
and
some
at the
stories,
same
but
time, yeah, go ahead.
that's not by and large, because you got to remember some of those HBCUs was named after their white wives. So you have some of those stories, but that's not
Mhm.
true by
Yeah,
and
hold
large.
on, but at the same time, having a light skinned baby back in the days was considered a symbol of prestige, or you had to segregate them from the darker ones
Yeah, no.
And
That's
you
why I
know, big
said
up to him.
you have those cases, but what I'm saying that's
I
not
mean, I
by
got that
a
in my own
large.
family, so I understand that, you know,
Yeah,
completely
but I'm
where
saying
the
it's
high stuff is coming from because yeah, bourgeois, I hate saying that goddamn
bourgeoisie,
word, bourgeoisie,
bourgeoisie.
thank you. But yeah, that class actually did exist, and you know, even back then they tried to perpetuate a divide within us and say, okay, that's not the way to go. This is where you need to be. You need to be down here with the rest of us, type shit. And I mean, it's been a mental warfare for a few hundred years around here.
Yeah, but you
Oh,
gotta
the
So
reason,
gotta think it's
the
not
re-
that many in compared
no,
to regular blacks.
but there is many because the thing about it
it's
is
it,
you
yeah,
don't
it is many.
you don't like white women didn't need uh HSBCUs for their children because they were white. They went to regular institutions, right? Like historically black colleges were birthed out of a relationship between a slave and a slave master. This is empirical. This is empirical fact.
All right, what name some?
All of them, Morehouse, Spelman,
Morehouse,
all of
Spelman, what's the other one?
Tuskegee,
God dog. Pretty much
Fisk,
Tuskegee. I mean, all of them were pretty much
all of
burnt. I mean,
North
see, like I
Carolina
said, you
and
know, we had this
But then how do you have so many dark black children that went there majority wise versus light skinned children?
well, you're
same way you
talking
have tokens, same way you
we're
have
talking
tokens these days.
we're talking 1800s where they're going there and now 2000. That is 300 years apart, bro. Things change. But in the beginning it was just their children.
But you can go back and look at the photos that show
Hmm.
otherwise. Early
Well,
nineteen hundreds.
I'm
Nah, I ain't
pretty
talking
sure.
about now. I'm talking about early
I'm
nineteen
trying like
hundreds.
if you look at let's look at 1800s, right, when they were established in the 1800s, right? There's two problems. Problem number one: just because you have a white father, don't mean you automatically come out light skinned, right? Doesn't automatically mean that,
Most likely you will.
but most likely, and I
Not necessarily.
no,
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 but
like I
that's
said, my
most likely
great
if you
great
have a white
grandmother was
parent, you will come
Choctaw
out.
Indian, and her kids came out ice white because she was with an Irishman named Patrick, and then her
so
grandchildren were black as hell.
And they
it
came
doesn't.
from black on black, right?
Yeah, I
But
mean, if you see my aunts right now, she's 78 years old. She look white as snow. So
but if you
I can
look
say
at the
I've been
picture,
there before.
if you look at the pictures, you will see that they're like 90% are light skinned. Go look at the picture. Go Google it. 90% will look light skinned.
No,
Yes, they do. They actually do. They look very light
hold on,
skinned.
I've seen the pictures, and I'm seeing a lot of dark skinned brothers and sisters. So
Wait,
I'm not saying, wait, don't get
Okay,
me
but
wrong,
here's
hot
the
sauce.
thing:
I'm
do you
not
see the
saying, wait,
pictures,
hold on,
but
Frank,
do you hear the stories?
hold on, Frank. I'm not saying you completely wrong, hot sauce. I'm not saying you completely wrong. What I'm saying is when a lot of these people were doing this shit, and the reason why I'm not saying you're wrong is because yeah, we have a lot of stories that especially black women want to disagree and just point black men doing something like black women weren't doing something, especially who was it, George Washington having babies with black women or some shit like that. I'm trying to think, was it him or Thomas Jefferson? One of them. So you have a lot of those cases because they try to go back and show the first black man married to a white woman back in the 1700s, but it's like that George Washington shit was before that, hundreds of years before that. So
well,
I'm
I
not saying
mean,
you're totally wrong. I'm just saying I gotta kind of disagree with you a little bit.
but the thing about it is like it is documented that it started from in biracial children. Majority of HSBU started. I mean, that's how they started. HSBUs is not even owned by black people, right? It's owned
That's true.
by different white families.
Yeah, for the majority is.
Yeah, I mean, so I mean, it's. I mean, yeah, so I mean, that's the birth of the birth of black colleges came from the end product of a white slave master and a slave black woman. I mean, I mean that's documented.
I mean,
Now,
I have to look a little bit more into it because from what I know, certain ones that's not all of them. But I that's something for me to definitely look
well,
at.
I
So
can definitely say Spelman, Morehouse, Howard, well, maybe not Tuskegee, but Fisk, right? For sure, those four. I don't know every single last black HBCU,
yeah, because it's a
but
lot of them.
yeah, but those. those for sure. Morehouse, Howard, Spelman, and Fisk for sure.
Okay. I definitely look more into that because I definitely like to make a video about that. Rub that in Cynthia G's face.
Yeah, they have, they had vacation spots, man, where they would go with their slave, and they would just be chilling for vacation, right? So, like what's really happened in slavery and what we're told in slavery, a lot of times is two different stories. Not saying I'm not saying I am not saying slavery was great for black women. It was not. I'm not saying that whatsoever. But I am saying that a lot of times your women survive, right? So a lot of times you're making the best out of a bad situation. So if you can get a slave master to get you pregnant, there's benefits in that.
Right. True. Because if you did that with a white woman, you damn sure gonna lose your life.
Right. You exactly. Right. And historically, right, the first interracial relationships were with black women and white men. Right. The people who went to court over it, Loving versus state of Georgia, right? White man, black woman.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. Cynthia G put out that video showing the one black guy that did that way back in the day. And I'm like, okay, that was one guy, but that didn't change the law. Loving versus Virginia changed the law.
Yeah, Loving versus Virginia changed the law. I mean, that's the bottom line, right? That's the brass tacks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right? I agree on that.
I mean, but her thing is like, no matter what, black men are guilty. So whatever, man. You know, talking to her is like talking to a white supremacist. So who cares what she thinks?
And you know what's so crazy about that stupid heifer is that she say all that shit, but I've done videos on her and she's saying she still won't date out. And I'm like, you must be talking about going lesbo because unless a black man don't know who you are, how the fuck would you still be with a black man? Like, that's just retarded. And these black women still, I seen some divestors go off on like, fuck this line bitch. She went out here and still had a baby with a Dusty, so fuck her. But a lot of women,
I mean, she did though. She still, I mean, you got to believe her because she got pregnant by a black dude. So I believe her.
Yeah, and I think she don't care. Like, she one of the women, she just bitter and she don't care who else it hurts because she's still gonna do whatever she wants to do.
she because the thing about it is she wants a black man who she can't get. I mean, let's just keep it 100. She wants the black man she's not qualified for.
Yep. That's what it always boils down to. And even though we are always in these black male spaces talking to our young brothers, we still drop game that if women would shut the fuck up and actually listen, it would actually help their lives. Because if we're telling black men to be smarter and be sharp about what you're doing, and if some of these women actually want black love or whatever, quote unquote, then you will actually pay attention to the gems that we be dropping so you can actually get that. But you want to still be able to do what you want, have your cake and eat it too. Or you eating your cake right now and you don't like it.
I would say, in my estimation, I would say that about 20% of black women would want a relation that prefer a relationship with a black man, right? I would say about that, about 20%.
Yeah, 1 in 4. Yep, 1 in 4.
Yeah, about that, and I think Cynthia G wants a black man because I'm pretty sure she dated white dudes before, and they treated her like shit. So.
Yeah, she loved her sister who married to a white guy. Actually, she had on the show before, and she praises her, but she hates her brothers who are married to white women.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think she dated white dudes before, right? Because she's in Seattle or something like that. So, I just think that the white dude that she picked treated her horribly, and so she probably like turned her off. So she'll take a black dude, but the black dude that she want, they're not gonna deal with. They're not gonna deal with her because
She actually wants a Pookie and Ray Ray, and I've talked to women before that listen to her content.
Yeah, I believe that.
And they think that any black man they deal with should be a good black man because he's dealing with her. And it's like we tell y'all stupid heifers all the time, for the ones that are dumb, that don't work like that. You can't change a man because you give him some ass or give him attention. He is what he is when he fucking met you. He's not changing.
But I mean, but let's be honest, man. I mean, how good is a woman anyway? Because I mean, for the most part, they're just a fucking bill,
True.
right? I mean,
Liability.
you're just a fucking bill, right? Why I gotta do all this shit for you, and what do I get besides some sex? And it's on your terms, right? It's on your terms. It's not like I get the sex I want, right? It still gotta be on your terms, right?
True.
Because can a nigga get a 3-way? Hell no. Right? So shit. So let me get this right. I gotta do all this to prove that I'm deserving of your box. And then when I get the box, I can't get it like Burger King the way I want it. Right? Are you gonna let me blow cocaine up your ass and then, call your sister over and we make a night of this? No.
No, you gotta be happy with what I give you.
Yeah.
And I did a video on her over a year ago, one of her first videos before she switched out, and she was like, she was kind of saying the same thing, like black man ain't this, black man ain't that, right? But then she was like, I still won't date out. And then she said she's only all the black men she's ever dealt with, she always had to help them, and she only had one black man that she never had to do nothing for. And I'm like, okay, so that just goes to show you picked wrong, and the only man you can attract is the ones that will take box anywhere they can get it, which we know Tyrone's and Chaz will do, but at the same time, you can't keep them. So now all black men ain't shit. And I know some black women that would defend their brothers and then still say all black men ain't shit. I'm like, well, bitch, you do understand that you got a lot of them black women that agree with you saying your brothers ain't shit, even though they all married and doing good.
Right.
And you don't like that.
Mean, there's a lot of black women who see, that's the thing. There's a lot of black women who are married to black men and they'll still say they ain't shit. Because I mean, look, man, I always advocate passport bros, because at the end of the day, black men are getting a raw deal. Because look at this shit. You gotta bend over backwards, right? To please this woman. Then on top of that, you still gotta perform to her pleasure. You can't even fuck to make yourself feel good. You gotta fuck to make her feel good. And if you don't, she's talking shit about you later on to her friends. Right? So where is the benefit? Right? Because how come I can't just get a blowjob and not give you anything? How about that? Why I gotta eat you out because you slob my knob? No, I paid for dinner. I washed the car. I walked you to the home. Can a nigga just get a blowjob in peace? No. I mean, nah, man. Man. Take your ass to Asia, where you bang them out, and then they ask you, "Did I do a good job?"
And stop trying to be what they want and be what you need to be as a man.
Exactly. Exactly. Look, if I bust a nut before you did, that is your fault. Ain't mine. Shit, those days are over. Those fucking days of me trying to blow your back out for the sake of getting a good rep. Nah.
Hell, they don't even know what they want.
Well, I know what I want.
Trying to figure out what the hell they want and be what you want and what you need to be. And if they come, they don't. Fuck them.
Right.
Yeah, if a woman really fuck with you,
man.
If a woman really fuck with you, she ain't putting all that bullshit on you, those stipulations on you, because I mean, in the West, you know what I'm saying, this is what we dealing with. But it's like women that fuck with you, man, you can take that bitch to a damn soup kitchen and have dinner and she'll still love you.
Yeah. Exactly. Because
that's why I always tell my young brothers, man, look, man, you spend all your dumbass time in your teens and 20s and shit trying to figure out what the hell they want. You lose focus of your damn self. Look, that's the last thing you need to do. Stay focused on yourself, because you ain't shit to other people unless you the shit. Become the shit. And then, dude, everything else will fall into place. But if you waste your time trying to figure out what the hell they want and try to be what they want, you ain't gonna be shit to the next person, because they ain't gonna want what that person wanted.
Oh, look, that what it is, Kev? Only the nigga saying that?
Yeah.
No, hey, at least that nigga got a top hat on.
look at this man. Look at this man with Cheetos in his mouth, right? Right?
I
Why
don't even
can't
eat
he?
Cheetos.
Why in the
Right?
hell would I look like? Man, you got me messed up.
Look, man. All I'm saying, he deserves love too. Why not? Why can't he find a big booty Brenda?
And
Right?
that's why he look like he look.
Well, look.
Lizzo don't
Why
want
not,
him.
man? If he's paying the bills, if he protected her, washing the car, why can't he eat Cheetos while getting a blowjob? What's wrong with that? He deserves it. Men are not supposed to be prettier than the women. They're not.
And
Women are
we
supposed
gotta
to be prettier
stop hating on guys who are not handsome dudes,
than,
because that's
you know, look,
suspect. We gotta stop. I stopped doing that a few years ago. I'm like, you know what? If a dude that don't look all that great got a bad chick and she fuck with him like that, let that man live. Let him live.
Man, I done known some of the ugliest brothers in this world to get some bad chicks, and I know some
Oh
bad
yeah.
chicks to get some other. I mean, and vice versa. I just leave it at that. Vice versa. I done knew some ugly women that I got dudes, and you be like, God, dog, how the hell did? And
But
then
at
when you
least when
talk
it
to
come to
them, you
women,
like,
we'll
hey
be like,
man,
well, at least it come to
I'm at
women, we'll be
peace.
like, oh, she must got a great personality.
look, man, like this man should lose weight because he's probably in like at risk of a heart attack, but he shouldn't be losing weight for no hoe, right?
At least you'll
So
Hey
take care of
man,
her.
I can be in shape and I can have a bad broad, and she'll still give me a heart attack.
yeah,
Mm.
so I
Shit.
mean,
That's
like,
actually why niggas
so
die
my
quick
point,
that be in
what?
marriage.
Yeah, like, what's the point? What's the point of what, man? Look, man, I don't know what y'all gonna do, but next, look, I'm just gonna tell black women this. Look, this is how I'm rolling. I ain't eating your coochie, but you giving me blowjobs. I'm busting a nut whenever I bust a nut, and if it's too late for you, then it's too late for you, and that's that. The times of worshiping black women is over. It's our turn. It's our turn.
Hold on, did your boy have contacts in his eyes?
Yeah,
I'm not worshiping no damn woman.
beautiful man. But that's what they
I
say. Like,
don't even worship God.
I
What
want
the
a
hell? Shit,
man.
I'm an atheist.
I want a man that worship me and adore me and
No,
treat
they
me
don't. They
right.
hate that shit.
Look. You know what? If you can't look, I can't treat you right unless you worshiping me. That's what I'm talking about. Shit.
You gotta submit. If you really
Yeah, man.
want happiness from a man, hey, happy man equals a wedding band. If you don't want to do that, you deserve to be by your fucking self. All my exes still cool with me. Well, except my son, mama. But the other exes are cool with me, and I know they just try to keep a door open just in case they need a nigga. Nah, I ain't. I'm smarter than that.
Man, bro.
I'm smarter than
Let,
that,
let,
bro.
let me tell you this, right? I was engaged, right? Now I've been in China 19 years.
Mm.
I've only dated Chinese women. Then I met this Kenyan girl. First black woman I ever dated. I ended up proposing to her. We got engaged, and then like what, 6 months later, whatever, she was like, God told me to break up with you. I
What?
was like, what? I was like, what?
She meant to
The
say
fuck?
Satan told her that shit. What? Hold on, bro. Where hot sauce? Where you from?
Philadelphia.
So crazy, man. You been over there all them. You said she was from where?
Kenya.
So because a lot of those countries are getting westernized too, and I'll be telling brothers, man, you get your passport, but be careful. Still be careful.
Yeah, you gotta, like, because like Africa is turning feminist. So, and one thing I didn't know about Africa until I dated her is the love they have for white men.
Oh
The
yeah,
love they have, because like
Jamaica too.
like, bro, like, so I'm from Philly, and Philly is like kind of pro-black, right? We don't be taking bullshit, and I'd be goddamn if I'm gonna take bullshit in China over a white man. They don't run this motherfucking country. So one day she was like, "Yeah, I want you to meet my friends and get to know them because we're dating," and I'm like, "Cool." So I go to meet her friends, and they're all in church just to see a fucking white people, and I was like, "Hell no." Hell no. And I looked at her because I'm like, yo,
That is the
you
weirdest
really
shit.
got me, up here like motherfucking Kuta Kente asking a white man if it's okay to date you. Fuck that. And later on, and I told her exactly that. And she was like, can you stop talking about black and white like that? Because now when I see them, I feel like weird about him and stuff like that. So can you stop being like that? I was like, well, I'll
Wow.
stop talking to it about you. Yeah, man. Because how that look? How that look? I'm in China, bro, dating a black woman, and there's like nothing but white people around asking me if I'm good enough for a black woman. That shit ain't. I mean, that is that shit not slavery?
That's some weird ass.
Yeah. And I was
What?
like, look, I'm like, you got to understand the culture. And then we got a mutual friend, and he explained it too. Like, yeah, that's weird for us because that's kind of like goes back to slavery and shit. So, and then she was like, okay, I understand, but they love white people, bro. They
And I
love
mean,
white.
I remember one of my exes when we was younger, and I would do the same thing, talk about white people, and she was bothered by that. Why you got
Yeah,
to say that about white people and crackers and all that? I said, what
yeah,
I'm bothered about is the fact that you would call young children nigga and be okay with that. That should be more of a problem of
yeah.
me saying something about white folks and crack. We know all white people ain't terrible. All right, cool.
Right,
But
right.
being a black person, you have to watch out for that shit. That's all I would say. Like, what the fuck
But
we
my
talking
whole
about?
thing, but my whole thing, I'm like, we're in China, like this Chinese people run China. Why the fuck I gotta tippy toe around white people in fucking China? That don't make sense to me.
Because they do business with them.
No, but I mean, but yeah, we do business. They do business with them fine, but I don't. But there is no like for me to get a job, for me to make money. I need to talk to the Chinese man. The white man here is irrelevant. He's
But you know,
irrelevant.
but that goes to show what we was talking about earlier. If white men are the most desired across the planet, how the fuck black men are the ones that date out the most?
Yeah,
I said it earlier because white man colonized the planet, brother.
Exactly.
That's the way you got to
Exactly.
look at it. See, I'm in an interracial relationship. My damn self. My wife is Hispanic, Latina, whatever you want to call it. Now she gravitated towards my culture because I gave it like 10 toes down. That's in me. That's what I live. That's what I deal with every day. It's not because it was a fetish. It's because she was, like, damn, that's she's experiencing something she never really experienced. Just like had I, like Hassel said, if I would have went to, China and, tried to, live over there, then I'd want to know their culture. But I'm not trying to assimilate to their culture. I'm not trying to be like them. I'm going to be me no matter what. Now, the
right.
thing is, when you get with a woman, especially, she's supposed to get down with your program. She's supposed to follow you. She's not supposed to be the leader of your clan, your culture, yo. She's not supposed to dictate what goes on in your house. You're supposed to do that because you're supposed to provide and protect all that shit. If that's what she really there for. Now, if she there for just the money and she's some old scandalous bitch trying to run game on you, then you need to kick her to the curb. But if you holding down your household, then of course any woman that comes into your house is supposed to respect your program. If not, kick rocks. That's how my first marriage ended. Went down with the program. Well, get the fuck on.
Hold on,
You
Cortez
know,
Smith. Real quick, Cortez Smith. When you look at the percentages of date out, you got to look at where we actually getting the numbers from, because the only concrete numbers we have is marriage, not
Yeah,
dating out.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
so when we talking about marriage, that is a concrete number that is around 13% that black men marry out. So we don't date out the most. And if we do, where could you really get the most concrete numbers?
Yes,
dating
Asians.
y'all is like leasing your dick. Your dick is on lease with the option to buy sometimes.
Yeah, that don't mean we.
Sometimes there's no contract. It might be a verbal agreement. But
And
I
then
mean, that's,
plus,
No,
that's
and
what you're
then this
leasing
another,
yourself out to.
and real quick, this another thing with the numbers. If you look at, because they mostly talking about black men in America. If you actually look at the numbers of how many white men there are versus how many black men in this country, it's way more white men that marry out than black men, because there's more
that's
white
true.
men in this country. So we
That's
looking
true.
at, okay, white men around 13% or 10% or something like that. Well, guess what? That makes it higher because it's like over 100 white men, 100 million white men in this country. So it's actually higher. You talking about
Yeah, the number
disproportionately?
one.
That's what they're talking about.
Yeah, the number ones. But I mean, it doesn't mean shit because disproportionately Asian women date out the most out of anybody.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Even in their own country, they marry
Yeah,
out the
even
most.
yeah, they marry out the most disproportionately. So at the end of the day, so and the crazy thing is that like every relationship I had with an Asian woman, that shit went smooth, fucking swimmingly. The one relationship I had with a black woman, that shit was a headache nonstop. And I told her that. I was like, I can't understand this shit. How the fuck can I have peace of mind with Asian women, but with you, it's just nonstop bullshit. And you know what she said? She was like, go back to Asian women. And I should have listened to her. I should have listened to her that day.
But
I was like,
did you know that African women, African people, talk shit about Kenyans and Nigerians the most?
see, this is my thing, right? I didn't when I met her, I didn't know much about Africa because for me, like I told Kev before, I want to have black children. So I don't want to like I want to have black children, so I don't want to marry anyone or have children outside of with another race of women. So I was thinking like, okay, African women, I haven't heard much about them, but I'm not trying to deal with black women on their bullshit. So let me just go get an African woman. And boy, was I fucking wrong. So no, I didn't know at the time. Now I know, but at the time I didn't.
Yeah, that shit was crazy when I found out about a year ago. I was like, damn, it's like that. Because I seen them interact with each other on podcasts, and then they started talking about it. And I'm like, damn,
Well,
but they got that tribalism.
You mean between I know like Nigerians, like no all Africans hate Nigerians.
And Kenyans is one of them too.
Yeah, Kenyans are shady as shit, and which is true. They are shady.
Damn, shit. That shit is crazy. When I heard that, but it's like what we talk about these spaces now, and I don't totally agree with it. I know you got to watch out for certain people. It's just my life experience. I didn't see this growing up, but I started seeing it now in real time. But when they talk about Africans, Black Africans versus African Americans, they're like, this tells the thing that's been against. Yeah, and I was just like, I didn't realize that, but it's tribal shit.
Well, I mean, look at what the fuck they do, and I'm not trying to hate on Africans, but they're the ones that created World Star to put us in a bad light to the rest of the world. They're the one on TV talking that bullshit about gender equality. You know what I mean? Like they're all up in our shit.
And that's sad to hear that, because I'm the type of dude that studied, Marcus Garvey and all of that. But it's like I can't just shy away from understanding what's going on, because I see Tariq Nasheed talking about that a lot nowadays. And it's sad because he's the type of brother that being all across the diaspora dropping knowledge about our history, and then you have those coming in and hating.
We're different people. We're different people. Like, for example, if you come to China, right, you have Japanese, you have Koreans, and you have Vietnamese, you have Filipinos, whoever, right? They do not. I mean, you can't look at them and say, oh, this one is Chinese, this one's Japanese, this one Korean. They can do that shit. I can do that shit because I've been here for 19 years.
Yeah. I started noticing it too.
Right, but they don't recognize each other as like, they don't say no shit like, oh, we all yellow or we're all Asian. No, I'm Chinese, motherfucker.
Yeah,
you're Korean.
I'm Korean.
Yeah, they're not, and we got to be the same thing, man. Because just because we identify as our own group, don't mean we can't work together. Because we should work together. Because we got to work together. But on the same token, that whole welcome home family shit. No, that's a hustle. That's a hustle, bro. Look, the year of return, Ghana made $1 billion. Out of that $1 billion, how have they helped the African American community in Ghana? What have they done? Not a goddamn thing.
Not a damn thing.
Right. So we got to get our shit together. And when we get our shit together as a unit, meaning that we got to work better as a unit, because individually we got our shit together individually, but we need to work better as a unit. And once we do that, then things will get better.
I think that's the biggest issue, because we keep trying to be separate, and it's like, how has that really worked for us?
We got to be separate. I'm
talking about as Black Americans, because I said this earlier. Okay. I said this earlier in the stream, that it actually shows how comfortable we are as a people if we decide to go our separate ways. When oppression is real, niggas stick together. And then
Yeah.
when you got freedom, motherfuckers go their separate ways and then talk shit about each other. I'm like, hold on. You gonna sit there and act like you ain't adding to this same shit? You got sweep around your front door, your neighborhood, and maybe you can do something in your city. But you got to get with like-minded people. Until we actually do that shit, there's nothing we can do. So I'm like, let me start at home first, and then raise up the youngins around me to have that mindset, but still be able to protect themselves from bullshit motherfuckers. So we still can
but it's
appreciate the good
about
black people.
You have to separate yourself, man. Let me interject real quick because I got a little real quick story to tell. Like I said, we was at the banquet for my grandmother, yesterday, 101st birthday, and one of my cousins.
Congratulations.
Thank you. But well, not for me, but for her. But but one of my older cousins, real quick. One of my older cousins, he cool as shit. He was, a gangsta ass dude back in the days. But when he came home, he joined the nation. He's 57 now. He's had 4 wives. And I can call him one of the original passport bros because when he came home from his little bid, he cleared his record up and got everything straight. And his first baby mama from America. His first wife from America. Second wife, she was from Sudan. Third wife, Ethiopia. Fourth, Somalia. And the current one is from, I think she's from, I forgot. Anyways, but when he changed his life, and with all these women, with 11 children combined, the women from Africa, they are still submissive. They are still respective. He runs the household. It's totally different, and I've seen that shit. So and they are very beautiful too.
Yeah.
While they look black, they're not black, and you can tell they're not American black. But it's not only because of their looks; it's their demeanor and their cultural respect. Yes, they are different. Yes, it's okay to point out the differences. Some of them ain't shit, but goddamn, it's okay to point out the differences.
Well,
Even
I
at
think
50, go ahead, Hassan.
I think we're talking to. Well, I have a question first. Most pressing question is, how did the Ethiopian one didn't work out? Because those girls are bad.
Man, she was let me tell you how that happened. That was his second wife, and he moved her over here. And within 2 years of her being down here, yeah, she went and got her nursing degree, and it was a rap
Became
dude.
Americanized. That's
Yeah. Because she always wanted to go into the medical field. He's a radio. He's like, I mean, shit. He can support them damn 11 kids because he's like a radiologist, and he's up there. Like I said, he's been doing that shit since he was a teenager. But anyways, that was his second wife. Which after he went over there, he converted and everything. He was doing real good, and he brought her back, and everything was good for the first year. And then she went to school, and yeah, that's when it fell apart.
And she got with a white dude.
Damn. Yeah, she did.
Okay.
She
all right.
called it.
All right.
She did. Yeah. Her current husband is white.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. This is a great discussion. We're at 4 hours.
All right.
Yeah, you can push it in perspective. Yeah, he is white. He's a Chad for sure.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and wrap it up. Let's get some final statements. I appreciate you gentlemen coming up and sharing your thoughts. So whoever wants to go first, that's fine.
I'll just say my piece first. Yeah. Well, first and foremost, I think we establish African women ain't shit too. Second, yeah, man. Like, I just want to say this, right? You can bring a woman back. It just depends on where she's from. A lot of times it's better if you bring a woman over where English is not her first language, so you have that language wall. A second, it's really good if you go to those countries and you get her from the countryside, right? Because the cities are just as bad as the cities here. And that's it, man. Y'all take it easy.
All right.
Yeah, I'll say
Appreciate
that if you want to try to find black love, I still want to, but you got to deal in reality of and pay attention. Like I always say this, From now on, two of my questions I ask women or would ask women if I do some dating. Do you listen to Kevin Samuels or Cynthia G? And I watch their response. I had women tell me, "Oh, you wrong for that." Shows you a bitch I wouldn't talk to. So you gotta line up your questions right, how you move. If that's what you truly want, I ain't against nobody that's a passport bro or whoever find love wherever they find it at. As long as you don't talk shit about black people, I ain't hating on you. Do your thing. So that's what I say.
All righty. All right, Frank.
Hello. Okay, well, in closing, it was great shooting the shit with you brothers. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I was subscribed a long time ago, I guess, but hell, they shadow banned you, and I work late shift, so sometimes I'd be looking for channels to listen to. But yes, save yourself because you can't save nobody else without saving yourself. It's like getting in the water without swimming. You know, I mean, hell, how the hell you gonna save somebody and they drowning and you about to drown too? Don't do it. With age comes wisdom. Sometimes it's a lot of old folks that just got old because they lived a long time. Um, Fight for what you believe in, man. God damn, shit. If they don't fight back for you, fuck them. That's pretty much all I gotta say. I got a lot of other things to say, but I'll tune in and I'll shoot the shit with you brothers, another time. But y'all stay safe, make your money, and do it for you, not for anybody else, man. Unless you got kids, If you got kids, you better do something for them. But the motherfuckers, fuck them.
Okay.
And stay off social media sometimes. Don't live through that shit. Live your own life.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for the good word, Frank. All you gentlemen, really, at Season Life, who was also up here for a moment. Thank you all for coming by. Final results of the poll. Got 108 votes. The question is Black love dead to you? It still sits at 63% saying yes and 37% saying no. So overwhelmingly, that is even though that's only 108 votes, it's still a statement as to how we feel about it. Do we cheer it on? Maybe not necessarily. We're just observers of its sad state. And, some of us are quite lucky, some of us aren't, depending on how you see luck. Some of us are content with living a life without the other, just, having fun and with them for a little while and just going into building our own lives, or some of us love the pleasure of company. Depends on who you are at the end of the day. But is it completely dead under my estimation? No. But it sure seems like it's on life support. So anyway, that's it. This has been a great discussion. Shout out to the members. Thank you, Indigo Flow is new member. And shout out to the replay gang as well. Uh, you guys are great as well. So let me end the show off by saying this. Long live the habitual line steppers. In Kev we trust. When you don't give up, you win. And peace out.